Good day, everyone. My name is Deborah Oni, and I'll be your moderator for today. You're all welcome to the 7th edition of the Hilton Top Solicitors Female Virtual Internship. Before we move on, I would like to give a special thanks to you all for being here today and to Mr. Nathan Vandy for being our speaker today. So right now, I'll be handing over to Mrs. Deborah to read the profile of Mr. Vandy. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Nathan. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Sorry for the time we have taken. Reading the profile of Mr. Nathan Vandy. Nathan is a legal professional who has shown the ability to present written and verbal advice on the law, legal procedures, and a wide range of business-related issues, especially in the decentralized sector. Nathan possesses 2 law degrees from reputable universities and always demonstrates professionalism in dealings with clients. He utilizes his knowledge acquired from working with regulators, associations, charities, and businesses to deepen his ability to apply law to specific situations faced by a wide range of stakeholders. With proven ability to effectively manage legal and technology projects to successful completion within set budget and governance obligations. He is now in the part of the Web3 paradigm shift, building successful decentralized applications with compliant decentralized governance. He currently holds roles in head of DAO at dapradar.com and PhD candidate and legal researcher at blockchaingov.eu, finance and standardization WG researcher at inatbar.org, and product and partnerships at getonboard.gg. Ladies, with a round of applause by putting up emojis and sending in your claps and your welcome. Please join me to welcome Mr. Nathan Vandy, and to interest you to know that Nathan Vandy has been one of our pioneer speakers on this platform since 2020, and now this is the 7th edition. Despite his busy schedules on the various editions, he's been a part of building the various cohorts that this platform has been able to build into this community. And then, of course, he's helping us to build these amazing women into the Web3 and the emerging tech space. And we're so glad to have someone, an expert like him in this space to help impact on you all and the previous cohorts. We are really grateful, Mr. Nathan. And once again, I say a very big sorry for the mix-up for today, knowing that your timing is not same as us here. I know the sacrifice you put in to be able to avail yourself at this time. So thank you and welcome. Over to you. Thank you so much, Nathan.
Thank you for the very, very warm welcome. And as you know, it's always a pleasure to be at this program, to be able to support the next generation of lawyers. And I'm going to spend no time wasted diving straight into the presentation. So bear with me. All right. So let me know if everyone can see the screen.
Yes, I can see on this end.
Amazing. So today's presentation is called Progressive Decentralization Requires Progressive Regulation. Do DAOs require direct legislative intervention, self-regulation, or no regulation? And once again, thank you so much, Mrs. Oni, for the invite. This is as part of the Hilton Top Solicitors Female Virtual Internship Program Internship. It's always a pleasure to be here. So just a high-level understanding about me. I've I'm trained as a lawyer. On the side, I like to get involved in hackathons, technology hackathons, where we build projects in a weekend. And I'm also involved in music production on the side too. I've been working in Web3 since 2017 and with DAOs for the past 4 years. So, quick question, just a yes or no. Does everyone here know what Web3 and DAOs is? You can like if you do know, you can put a yes. If you don't know, you can put a no. That will just help me understand. Um, okay, there's no, no. Okay, amazing, amazing. That's good. So we'll make sure we keep things quite basic. But just finishing my introduction, I was born and raised in the UK. Um, but after Brexit happened in 2016, I've lived in the Netherlands, Switzerland, Germany, and I currently work for a company in Lithuania. So I work quite internationally. And as said, I'm currently doing a PhD with Paris University and Harvard University on DAOs and illegal issues. And the presentation I'm giving right now is actually a summary of a book chapter that be having coming out in the near future. So you guys are going to be able to see the information that's going to be in a book before it's out. All right. So as you guys said, there is a basic or there's no understanding of Web3 or DAOs inside our cohort. So we'll start with the basics of explaining blockchain technology. Blockchain technology is the technology underneath Bitcoin that allows anyone to send a digital asset from their phone, from their laptop to someone else's phone or someone else's laptop without the need of a bank because it uses a settlement layer to see the record of who owns what digital asset. So instead of us trusting a centralized entity or each other, we trust this settlement layer, which records all of the transactions. And from that, you can have protocol layers built on the settlement layer, which shows all of the transactions, where you can start to create more governance layers. So you can say how many tokens there are on the in the blockchain. And these tokens can have different types of features, which we'll look into a little bit later. And last but not least, you can create different applications. The main applications are financial applications, such as stablecoins, the ability to send a digital dollar from my wallet to your wallet. But there are also really interesting applications which are starting to develop, such as the ability to send pictures, digital pictures, videos, music. All of these can be decentralized applications which are built utilizing the blockchain as a settlement layer so that everyone can transparently see the transactions that are happening. And we are trusting in the technology rather than trusting in the people. And the reason why this is so interesting is that can everyone see clearly without like any impediment, or is there things covering it?
It's clear on my end here.
Okay, good. Just double checking. So now we have a basic understanding of blockchain technology, that it's a decentralized technology where you don't have to trust one individual, you trust everyone for the to transparently see the transactions and also to settle all of the transactions. DAOs are the next important part of this. So DAOs are an acronym for Decentralized Autonomous Organization. And as we saw, we have all of these layers, right? Oh, we have all of these layers, right? Assessment layer, protocol layer, token layer, application layer. DAOs are the organizations that are governing or managing each of these layers or parts of these layers. And they can be seen as internet native organizations. So these are organizations that are on the internet. People will use their laptop or their computer processing power to confirm the transactions, and they're part of a DAO on the settlement layer. Or people can be holding a digital asset, which gives them governance rights, and then they would be on the token or the application layer. And so DAOs are really the people side of the technology. And it's really important because DAOs use this decentralized technology, they use blockchain technology. They are, even though they're an internet community, they don't need to know each other to trust each other because they just trust the blockchain. And because they trust in the blockchain that everyone is working towards, it's more censorship resistance. They're able to create automated actions on the blockchain. And it just changes how we operate because, for example, there's no CEO of Bitcoin, right? There's no one leader of Bitcoin, but it's owned in a decentralized way. Everyone uses their computer to either connect and power the Bitcoin network, or we can own Bitcoin and we can own it in our wallets, or we can own it in a centralized exchange. But we're all part of the Bitcoin community if you're holding it, or if you're holding any sort of digital asset, you're essentially part of a DAO. Now, when creating a DAO, it isn't decentralized straight away. At the beginning, it usually starts with one developer or a development team. And then over time, more people start holding the digital asset, or more people start getting involved in supporting on the settlement layer with their computer processing power, or there's more users of the DApp. And then it becomes more decentralized. It creates a community around this technology and around the tokens. And we see this with Bitcoin. But the issue is there is not always clear frameworks for DAOs. They're a very new concept, right? It's a very new technology that's only been around since 2008. And so there has to be some changes in our law to be able to deal with this. In comparison, if you look at modern day companies that we have, such as the limited liability companies or partnerships, these have been around since the 1600s. So they've had 400 years development, where DAOs, decentralized organizations, which are a new form of internet native organizations where they own the digital assets in any country, it's only been around for less than 20 years. So there's a lot of development that still needs to come, and we need to balance this innovation of being able to create digital assets, to be the ability to create companies, organizations, and even potentially in the future governments in a digital way, with also the regulatory risks. And this is one thing that, of course, you guys will be seeing a lot over the course of the internship, reconciling law and technology. One of the big things about technology and any organization that's working with it is that it's very international by nature. When you create a website, it's it can be opened in nearly any country as long as there's no geo-blocking on it. So there's this balance of understanding that there's going to be a lot of different jurisdictions and laws that could apply to DAOs as an organization. Because as soon as you release the blockchain, anyone with internet can connect to it. As soon as you release the token, anyone with internet can connect to it. And as you also know, technology is always 2 steps ahead of law. So law is always playing catch up, which is what we're seeing right now. And there's a wide range of issues to consider when it comes to DAOs, especially because there is no leader, right? Once it's finished, once it's being decentralized, there's no one person to hold accountable for certain actions when it's completely decentralized. So how do we deal with this on a regulatory level? And one of the things that we want to start seeing, and we will and have started seeing, is more standardization. So making sure that the laws in one country are similar to another, so that it's not difficult for a DAO, and a decentralized internet native organization to exist and not have to worry about applying hundreds of different laws to them. There's a standard of what they need to work on. So there's all these unanswered questions. And to help us answer them, a good framework is to understand the different dimensions of decentralization. So when we first started talking about the different layers, we started talking about the protocol layer, the settlement layer, the token layer, and the application layer. We saw that these were the technical layers of blockchain technology. And you can make this more decentralized by having more people involved in, for example, settlement. So you could have more computers around the world connected to the technology. And the more computers that you have, the more people that are securing the settlement layer, the more decentralized, the more secure it is. Also, you can have economic decentralization, and this relates to the tokens. And this is ensuring that the token is owned by a lot of people as well. So the more people that own the token, the more decentralized it is. If only 2 people own the majority of the tokens, it's not decentralized, right? And then you have legal decentralization. So this focuses on ensuring that the DAO and the technology is being built in a compliant way. And this is a lot of the work that I do. So these are important dimensions to understand when it comes to decentralization and to DAOs. So in the next part of the presentation, we're going to go into these 3 dimensions of decentralization and explain how the law and regulation is applied to them and what some of the issues are and some of the developing law. So don't worry about reading all the text because I know that it's a lot. I'm going to focus on more of a high level. You've got, as we said, we have technical decentralization. And in technical decentralization, there are usually 2 layers that you need to be aware of, right? There's the governing layer and the operating layer. Governance means that you are looking at the whole of the rules that apply to the layer. And then the operating is when you focus on the day-to-day activities. So a good way of looking at this is when you have a business, you have the CEO or the board of directors that look at the company from a high level and they govern everything that happens. But then you have the employees who are actually doing the day-to-day work, right? They're the ones that are coming in 9 to 5 and actually sending emails, selling goods. They are operating. And it's important to understand the difference in this layer. And the reason for that is because the more people that you have on the governing level, it will make the technology more secure, first and foremost. But there are more risks for being involved in the operating level. So we spoke about how there's not a lot of laws that relates to DAOs right now, and therefore there are not corporate structures that apply directly to DAOs. There are some starting to develop right now, of course, but for a lot of people moving into the industry, they don't know about these and they don't know how to utilize them either. And therefore, some of them don't have a company when they don't have a company representing them when they're working within a DAO. And as you guys know, when you have a company, this gives you something called limited liability protection. Have you guys heard of limited liability protection? Can I get some feedback from you guys? Like a yes or no if you guys have heard about limited liability protection? Yes. Amazing, amazing. So as you guys know, limited liability when you're within a company means that if there is an error or a mistake that the company makes, then it doesn't affect the individual, it affects the company. So the liability is limited to the company and not the individual. And this is a good way of making sure that people are able to take entrepreneurial risks and not worry about losing their own personal assets. The issue with DAOs is that a lot of people were working within DAOs and they didn't have a company. So that means that they were affected on a personal level. And this is what happened with Uki DAO in the US, where because they didn't have an entity that represented the DAO, they were seen as something called an unincorporated association. Incorporation means that you make something legal. Unincorporated means that there is no legal corporation. There's no legal corporate. And therefore, the people that were involved in the DAO were seen as joint and severally liable. And have you guys heard of joint and several liability? Yes or no? Yes, we've heard people that have heard of joint and several liability. Amazing. So for the people that haven't heard of joint and several liability, this means that everyone involved in the business is liable. So let's say one person in the business committed fraud and they were sued for $1 million. If there are 5 other people in the company, even if they didn't commit fraud as part of the company operations, then they are also liable for that $1 million fine. So it's quite a scary situation, especially in a DAO, where, as I said, it's an internet native community where people are all over the world and you don't always know who they are because they're behind a computer screen. This type of liability would make it very fearful for people to be part of DAOs. And worse, as I said, you have this governing layer and this operating layer. So governing layers of DAOs are typically the ones that hold the tokens and make high-level decisions, but they're not working on an operating level day to day. And in the Uki DAO case in the US, it was said that the members who were governing and operating, so it doesn't matter if you weren't on a day-to-day operation, even if you are governing and holding the token of the DAO, then you are also joint and severally liable. So this highlighted a big friction and a big risk of being in DAOs and understanding this on a technical layer. And it's important that we first delineate between the governing and operating layer on a regulation level to make sure that it's only the people that are involved in operating that take on the responsibility, not the people that are doing the governing. So another part of technical decentralization is self-regulation through disclaimers. So as you know, blockchain is open source. Anyone can see the transactions that are happening. It's transparent, and that's how the trust is created, because you can see who's acting incorrectly. But when there are people involved, sometimes it's hard for everyone to understand what is happening in the background and how decentralized it actually is. You don't always know who is holding all of the tokens, and therefore there could be two separate computers or wallets that are holding majority of the assets, and then it would be less decentralized because it actually means that one person has multiple wallets, so it's not as decentralized as it is. And this is a potential liability risk for the developers and people building, and could reduce customer, consumer, and investor protections. And so a way to circumvent this that as part of my book chapter I am recommending is more self-regulation and disclosure. So to address these liability issues, DAOs need to disclose information about how many tokens they hold, what is the custodial status, who is holding their tokens, if someone is, the administrative keys. So this is the keys that could potentially change smart contracts, could potentially change things on the blockchain. Like all of these things need to be explained to any user before they come in. And the important thing about technical decentralization is that it's important for legal decentralization. And we're going to see a little bit more about this later on. So with technical decentralization, it's not just about delineating between the governing layer and the operating layer. And it's not just about making sure that you disclose and you're transparent about the risks to the users. It's also about understanding the difference between autonomous code and centralized code, or decentralized code and centralized code. As we said, when it comes to blockchain technology, this is technology that anyone can see the transactions, anyone can see the code. It is decentralized, it's autonomous. Once it is live on the internet, it can't be changed. Centralized code is the opposite. It's not always open source, it's not always transparent, and anyone can change it at any time. So by understanding the difference between the two of these things, you can start to see that there is a challenge, because even though someone might use autonomous and blockchain technology, they still might have administrative keys to changing the code of the blockchain technology. Typically, what would happen is that this administrative key, once the blockchain is live on the internet, it would be destroyed. But some people keep this key, and this creates a lot of danger for users and people who are within the DAO. It's not to say that having an administrative key is a terrible thing, but it definitely decreases the amount of decentralization and creates a security risk. And that goes back to what we were saying earlier about making sure that there is disclaimers and disclosure to share when a blockchain has an administrative key and who owns it. And right now we are seeing some issues with autonomous code as well, such as the tornado case, where in Tornado Cash, there was the ability to send your digital money to a autonomous code and then would hide who actually owns that digital money. And this was used by criminals to be able to hide stolen money. So we see some regulators look into some of this autonomous code and decide that even though it is decentralized, the people who are creating it might be responsible for any illegal activities that have happened. And this is where a friction will start to happen, where how can you hold developers responsible for this technology and how it's used if they are not the ones who are actually aiding and abetting beforehand, right? So this is one of the frictions within blockchain technology, within technology which is on the internet, anyone can use, and sometimes it's hard to hold people accountable. So we mentioned earlier that there's these different types of tokens, and this is an important part of the lecture because it starts to break down how some of these tokens can be viewed. Some of them are viewed as security tokens, which means that they represent a security. And I'm not talking about defense, like cybersecurity. I'm talking about a financial instrument, which is a security. So, for example, a mortgage is a security. A house is a security. These assets are seen as securities. And you can have tokens which represent these assets, right? They represent these assets, and that's a security token. Then you have your typical cryptocurrency token. You have a utility token, which means it has usage on a platform. You have payment tokens, which you can use to pay for services. And you have hybrid tokens, which are a mix of all of these. When looking at economic decentralization, once you've understood the different token types, one of the main ways to classify these tokens is through the SEC's 2019 Howey test. So SEC stands for the Securities Exchange Commissioner. It's the US's financial regulator when it comes to securities. And it mentions three things: a security, a cryptocurrency or a token owned by the DAO would be seen as a security if it's based on investment in money, a common enterprise, or there's expectation of profit for other people's efforts. So basically, you're buying the token and you're expecting it to go up in value because of what other people do and not what you do. And when a DAO's token is considered security, it means that they have to go through a lot more regulation. They have to get permits from the SEC and probably from every single other jurisdiction which has a securities framework where you're required to have a permit or a license to be able to create this token. That being said, there are some decentralized tokens that are sufficiently decentralized where, because of this sufficient decentralization, they don't need any sort of permit, they don't need any sort of license. And these are tokens like Bitcoin or Ethereum, where because there are so many people who are using the settlement layer and providing security on the settlement layer, because there are so many people who are creating applications on the application layer, because there's so many tokens on the token layer, it is considered a sufficiently decentralized asset. But this is very difficult for a lot of the DAOs and tokens which are first starting. And this is why the SEC's current method of reclassifying assets as non-securities once they're sufficiently decentralized is very complex and unpredictable. And in fact, last week in America, they released a bill called the FIT bill. And this is something that in our following sessions, we'll be able to go into a little bit more detail on. But this really focuses on this concept of taking an asset which is initially centralized when it's released because no one is using it, it's just one person, it's just one team, and then it becoming decentralized when everyone around the world is using it. People have access to it, people are using it within platforms, paying for things with it, and how to deal with that regulatory friction of the copious amount of permits and licenses that you need for a security when it's not decentralized, and the lack of regulation that you need once it is decentralized. Right now in the US and the EU, which are the two main jurisdictions that I focus on, they are moving towards giving this more of a framework, but this is something that still is in process. And in order to deal with that, some people have advocated for more self-regulatory organizations. So even within the crypto industry, there are already some standards which you can utilize in order to assess whether your token is decentralized or not decentralized, or the blockchain that you're using is decentralized or not decentralized, or the DAO that you're in is decentralized or not decentralized. And by utilizing these frameworks, you're able to self-audit so that if a regulator does come, you can show that you're using the industry best standards in order to be compliant. So this is basically creating the best legal framework when there isn't a legal framework, and using the best actors within the industry to create this standard. And in fact, as part of my as part of the work that I was doing as head of legal at Waseo, this was a lot of the work that we were doing. We were auditing different DAOs. We were providing them with a feedback on how regulated they were, or if they weren't, and how compliant they were as well. So I shared the FIT bill name inside the meeting chat, but there have also been other suggestions that have been put forward, such as the safe harbor regime. And this was created by someone called Commissioner Pierce, who was a commissioner as part of the Securities Exchange Commission. And she proposed a 3-year exemption. So in the first 3 years of a DAO having its token, there would be very simplified disclosures for the token, and this would allow the DAO to have 3 years to decentralize without heavy compliance costs. And this proposal makes sure that there's enough understanding by the users and people that are purchasing the token that they have investor protection, and separates investment contracts from crypto assets. Okay, so we've gone through technical decentralization, we've gone through economic decentralization. Last but not least is legal decentralization. And we're going to be going over a few legal areas here. One is tax and IP law, and how this aligns with DAOs that want to become sufficiently decentralized so that they don't have the same legal burdens as a DAO or token which isn't decentralized. In the previous areas of technical and economic decentralization, we were really focusing on corporate law, and we were focusing on finance and securities law, and just overall liability frameworks as well. Well, as part of the liabilities that individuals working within DAOs and developing businesses in the blockchain and crypto space, tax and IP law is really, really important. As you guys know, when working in technology industry, tax is extremely cumbersome because there are so many different tax jurisdictions that you have to apply. And in order to simplify this, some DAOs have started creating a legal avatar or an entity. They incorporate an entity, typically somewhere in the Cayman Islands or BVI, Marshall Islands now too, in order to represent the DAO. And as you guys know, when you have an entity and you're working underneath the entity, you have that liability protection. And then you can also pay taxes in that jurisdiction. You can also own the intellectual property of the DAO within that jurisdiction. And this is the route that a lot of DAOs are taking in order to be compliantly decentralized. Once again, self-regulation is an important part of this too. So you can actually create decentralized systems where the code is connected to certain laws. And we're seeing this, for example, with a protocol called Q protocol, where if you create a DAO or token within their blockchain, it will immediately connect to a legal jurisdiction. So just by using the platform, you already are working in compliance. Whereas most blockchains, they live outside of the legal, they live outside of the legal, in a legal vacuum, and you have to connect by creating a corporation and terms and conditions and all of these corporate structures. You have to connect this legal world to the blockchain world, where we're already seeing some blockchains where just by creating an application in the blockchain, you're already connected to the legal world. So this is really amazing because it directly connects law and technology. And some DAOs are starting to create what's called KYC and AML procedures. Do people know what KYC and AML is, or should I explain and go into a little bit more detail? Yes or no? No or yes? Do people know what KYC and please explain? Okay, awesome. So KYC stands for Know Your Customer, and I apologize for not putting the long version, but it stands for Know Your Customer. And AML stands for Anti-Money Laundering. So I'm going to type that here so that you guys can see it here. Know Your Customer, Anti-Money Laundering. And the reason why these two things are important is because of something that I mentioned earlier, where you might have someone in the DAO, in this internet community around the world, that commits a crime. But if you're not able to identify that person, then it's likely that all of the other people in the company, even if there is limited liability, that company would have to deal with the fine. But what some DAOs do is if you are working on the operating level, so it's not just you're holding the token, you're voting, you're actually working on the operational level, then what they will do is they will ask for your details. So they'll ask for your personal details so that they know who you are and you're just not a face on the internet. You're someone that they can find. And this makes sure that there can be recourse if there are any legal issues that the DAO faces. When it comes to self-regulation as well, there is an international standard called the Koala DAO Model Law, which has created a framework to understand DAOs and how to structure them. And what's really interesting here is that there are some jurisdictions that have started utilizing this DAO Model Law. And by utilizing it, what we said earlier about the frictions with varying international standards would be less problematic because they're all using this standard. And this standard was created by the blockchain community of blockchain-based lawyers. And last but not least, on the legal decentralization side is DAO legal recognition. So we already discussed that DAOs don't necessarily, they are so new because the blockchain technology has only been around for less than 20 years. But what we're now seeing is that different jurisdictions are creating specific laws for DAOs so that DAOs can be set up in their jurisdiction. And this is exciting because it shows that the DAOs as an entity is being recognized. People and regulators are recognizing that anyone in the world can set up a blockchain, anyone in the world can create a token, anyone in the world can use a token and the blockchain to create an application. And that one person is the first person in the DAO. When more people start utilizing that application or utilizing the protocol, then the DAO gets bigger. And we need to have a way of protecting these internet native communities and these organizations and making sure that they're able to operate compliantly. So we're starting to see a lot more of these types of jurisdictions, such as the US, Marshall Islands, developing corporate law for DAOs. Also, the understanding of what sufficient decentralization is, because as we said, when a DAO first starts, it's centralized and it has a lot of heavy burdens. But if we're able to have a framework for the first 3 years where they don't have the same regulatory burden, then they can work towards becoming decentralized. And this is what we're starting to see in the industry as well. We're starting to see a better understanding of the concept of sufficient decentralization. So what are my regulations? What are my recommendations? Sorry. um, right now, do we need no regulation for DAOs? Well, adopting a no regulation stance for certain DAO aspects would help foster innovation and avoid restrictive rules. And this is the same as the SEC's Commissioner Pierce, where she says basically no regulation should be applied to DAOs in their first 3 years, or limited regulation should be applied to DAOs in their first 3 years. And this takes a more risk-based approach to DAO supervision, where you are only applying regulation when the risk is at its most strongest. And by doing this, you avoid by enforcement, because when you regulate by enforcement and you focus on trying to fit traditional regulation to an innovative organization like DAOs, it's not going to work. Self-regulation. Do we need self-regulation for DAOs? Well, we're already seeing this, right? We're already seeing industry standards where the community of blockchain lawyers and blockchain practitioners are coming together and saying, we need more voluntary standards, we need transparency reports, we need audits, we need on-chain dispute resolution to build accountability and trust. And we can already use blockchain tools to do that for KYC and AML, where you can use a technology to tokenize and someone's identity, so you don't show their passport, their face, their name, but you can still show certain details. So you can show that someone has completed KYC. And then we can also integrate code-based regulation. So as I said, this is something that Q Protocol do, where they connect the code to regulations in different jurisdictions. So as soon as you have your blockchain or your application, you are connected to a legal apparatus. And what about regulation? Well, as I said before, we definitely do need regulation, but we need it to be done collaboratively. We need it to be harmonized between the different international jurisdictions. We also need DAO-specific laws that take into consideration that DAOs and the tokens related to them and the blockchains that they're built upon are all international, right? They are these international bodies that require a very unique angle to them because they're not centralized, they're decentralized. It's sometimes hard to find someone accountable for all the actions. And last but not least, we need to provide grace periods for DAOs when they are not decentralized. Because if we create too much burden for DAOs that release tokens, it will mean that most of the small entrepreneurs are not going to be able to afford this regulation and it's going to cripple the industry. So we need to be able to have this balance. So let's go back to the question we had at the beginning. Do DAOs require direct legislative intervention? So do they require regulation? Do they require self-regulation or no regulation? And I would say that they need a balance. They need a balance of all of these, right? We definitely need regulation for DAOs to make sure that there is no joint and several liability for DAO members. And there's different corporate structures to be able to house them. We're already seeing steps towards this. We need to understand progressive decentralization and understand that there needs to be grace for DAOs when they are not centralized, when they're not decentralized, and then framework when they are decentralized. We need effective regulatory strategies. We need international framework that works together, and this will help us unlock the future potential of DAOs. And that is it. Thank you so much for your time. And I'm open now to any questions that you guys have. I know it was a lot of questions,
Okay.
but I think this is a really interesting area and it's already starting to shape the law in a lot of different countries. And there's still so many things to be able to get into in blockchain and DAOs. So if you're looking to do a paper on it, I definitely recommend it. Yes, that's it. And I'll definitely send the slides over, Bonoa. Yeah, so I'm open for questions for the next 5 minutes, unless there are no questions, because the presentation was so good and informative that you guys just understand everything. Yes, Grace.
My question is, how does a person become a member of DAO? And also, I don't know if you explained it in course of your lecture, but what is the purpose of a DAO? And does a DAO play a role in companies founded on cryptocurrency like Binance and Luno and all that?
So you said Binance and
Cryptocurrency companies like Binance. Then there's another one, Luno, is
yeah,
also it's kind of like Binance.
yeah, exactly. I think we would have had to go into a lot of a deeper explanation of how DAOs are set up. But on a very high level, you go back to So these are the main areas of blockchain technology. You have the settlement layer, which is basically like a spreadsheet. You could think of it like that. This is where all of the transactions are saved. And it's pretty much in the word, right? Settlement. Whenever someone makes one trade, so if I send my Bitcoin from UK, where I am right now, to you, Grace, in Nigeria, it will go through the internet, it will go through the blockchain, and then it will go to your internet, and then it will go to your wallet, it'll go to your computer. And when it goes through my internet and it goes to the blockchain, once it finally lands with you, it's saved on the settlement layer. And then the protocol layer is the layer that has all of the rules of how the blockchain works. So, for example, when the protocol layer would explain how many Bitcoins there are, which is 21 million. And then the token layer is the actual digital asset of the blockchain, and you can create multiple tokens on a protocol. For example, with Ethereum, you have these ERC20 tokens, and then the application layer is just the way of creating different internet services on the blockchain. So, for example, you could create a Uber service where every single time someone orders an Uber, they have to pay with an Uber token, and then whenever they order the Uber, it's saved on the settlement layer. That transaction is saved on the settlement layer and the drivers can see it, and the users can see it, and the people holding the token, they can all see all of these transactions happening on the settlement layer. And so there are so many different businesses that can happen on each layer. And it's these businesses and the users that are part of this DAO. Typically, some people say that the users and the developers and anyone who is working on a certain layer or operating on a certain layer is only in the DAO if they hold a token related to a layer. So even though the token layer is on its own, to a sense, it is built on assessment layer, it's built on a protocol layer, and it can be connected to an application layer. And by holding the token, this gives you the ability to be part of the DAO directly. Because, for example, the token can give you governance rights so that you can vote like you can vote in a country on how the settlement layer can change, how the protocol layer can change, or how the application layer can change. But the thing is, and this is why it gets complicated sometimes, not all DAOs have tokens. Some DAOs don't make their decisions with tokens, they just make it on social layer. So just the developers come together. So with Bitcoin, even though you have a token, you don't vote with that token. With Ethereum, even though you have a token on the settlement layer, you don't vote with it. But most of the DAOs on the application layer, they do vote with it. And maybe next time I'll take a bit more time to go into the 101 of DAOs, because I think it's really, really interesting. But once you understand these different layers, it'll give you a better understanding of the DAOs too.
Okay, thank you. Does government regulate DAOs in any way as it stands now?
In a lot of countries, they are starting to regulate them. So, for example, um, in the US, um, they have what's called a Wyoming DAO LLC framework, and this allows you to register the internet native community, people around the world. They can go to a forum and say, we want to register in Wyoming, and then they will register their token, the settlement layer that they're using, if they have an application as well. This will all be registered in Wyoming, and then they would be given legal liability protection. This is the same in Marshall Island as well. This is the same in not Colorado. I forgot the last one. But there's a few different jurisdictions that have very DAO-specific laws that are starting to appear. But most of the big countries haven't got a framework for DAOs. But this will happen in the future for sure.
Okay, thank you.
All good. Yes, and could you share with me the email that you'd like me to share it with, to Benoa, and then I'll share it directly after this call. But based on your questions, Grace, I already know what I would have to share in the following presentation. I'll go into more detail on DAOs, how they work, how people use DAOs to build software and applications, because it's a big innovation that has been preceded mainly by remote working, right? So as you know, people are involved in remote working where one person can be working in Nigeria, can be working in the UK, and we're still able to build something together, right? We're still able to coordinate. And what DAOs do is that you're not just building software together, but you can have a token which is connected to that. And you can pay people from your organization with the token, and people can earn the token as well. And it creates a company-like structure or a community around what you're building and then the token as well. And then that whole remote working, that whole internet community, that whole building together, that's the DAO. It's a very interesting concept, right? But if you've grown up on the internet and you've worked or connected with people, then you're on the first level of a DAO, which is the internet native community or internet native organization. DAOs are just internet native organizations that utilize blockchain technology to coordinate or to build. Thank you so much for your questions, Grace, though. They were really good. Okay, so someone asks, where there is a dispute involving a DAO, what court settles it? Very, very good question. So I think this is a whole separate workshop as well, because there was already a lot of information in this one. I didn't want to overburden you guys, but basically dispute resolution within DAOs is very dependent on different legal principles. So there's the local harm principle, which means where the local harm or crime took place, that is where the dispute will be resolved. And this is usually used when there is no terms and conditions or corporate structure for the DAO, right? But when there is a corporate structure for the DAO, for example, in the Cayman Islands or in the US, in Wyoming, then as part of the corporate document, you can include where you want disputes to happen, right? So when there's no corporate structure, then it happens usually where the harm is, or where the person chooses to take the dispute. But when there is a corporate structure for the DAO, then it usually happens where it's mentioned within the corporate structure. So I don't know who asked that question, anonymous participant, but a really good question. Really, really good question. It shows that you understand the nature of DAOs being international and digital and the difficulty that comes to settling disputes from that. My pleasure. Yeah, that's one of the things I've definitely struggled with a lot whilst working as a lawyer for DAOs. Um, it it forces you to understand international law on a level you haven't done before. And of course, you can't be an expert in every single jurisdiction of law. So there's a lot of collaborations that you have to do with other lawyers and explain to them the innovative structure of a DAO and then work together because they have domain knowledge in that jurisdiction to understand the best compliance strategy for the DAO. So there's a lot of collaboration you have to do as a lawyer, working with other local lawyers to make sure that the DAO is able to compliantly operate. And maybe next time we can go over some of the different DAOs because there's DAOs that work in finance, there's DAOs that work in the automotive industry, there's DAOs that work in culture, so art, and they create art, for example. But the majority of DAOs create software online, but there are some DAOs that coordinate and build things in real life as well. But it's obviously easier to create like online software together remotely rather than creating things in person. But there's so many different types of businesses and communities that are built just purely by these internet native communities.
Mr. Nathan,
Yeah.
there's still one more question in the chat box. Should I read it out?
Yes, please.
Okay. It says from Angel Raphael, it says, so disputes in DAOs can be resolved as cases in conflict of laws.
Exactly. So once again, this is a really great question because it goes down to the nature of with DAOs being international and you have different individuals working in those DAOs being in different countries, there will be some times where someone tries to bring a case into one country and then the other person retorts and says, no, the actual dispute jurisdiction should be X, Y, or Z. And so what we're seeing is a lot of DAOs are saying right from the beginning, like if we're going to do this, as soon as we release the token, as soon as we have the application live on the blockchain, we're going to have a company because this reduces the risk of someone taking you to a jurisdiction which you're not familiar with, or where a jurisdiction where the law is not favorable to you as well. Yes. Oh, wow. I don't know who this anonymous participant is, but these are really good questions, really, really good questions. So I mentioned inside the presentation about Q protocol, and this is exactly what Q protocol does. When you create an application on a blockchain in the Q protocol ecosystem, or you release the token, immediately you can connect on chain, so on the blockchain, to an arbitration clause. So when you deploy the software on the blockchain, you're already having an arbitration clause connected to it. Q protocol. It's a really, really interesting innovation and one that I'm really a big fan of because it removes some of these risks that you're talking about when it comes to dispute resolution in an international internet community. And as you said as well, these arbitration boards, usually they have more specific blockchain knowledge as well. So it's a lot easier for them to resolve these issues. And it's a lot cheaper too, rather than going through a long drawn out process in national courts. But yeah, once again, a really good question. My pleasure. And so what are the different areas of laws that you guys are interested in? Are like a lot of you interested in like IP law, tax law, data protection law, corporate, international corporate structuring law, um, or industries? It'd be good to get a view. Like, are you guys interested in like AI industry or just technology in general or construction? Like, what are the main like areas that you guys are interested in? Because one of the amazing things about DAOs and blockchain is that you can work in technology in general. Interesting. Yeah, one thing that I really like about working within DAOs is that you get to work with all types of companies because it's just like DAOs are just internet startups, right? With blockchain technology added on the top. Um, Grace, the question was, what areas of law are you interested in? So I really tried to, and I'll make sure I do it next time again. I'll add more slides on DAOs and how they work. I really try to simplify it. DAOs are just like startups. They're just internet native communities that we're already used to because we just connect with people all around the world anyway. But now instead of just connecting, we're building with people around the world as well. And it utilizes blockchain technology to do so. Okay, intellectual property, data protection, technology in general. That's really cool. Like data protection is an amazing way to get into the technology industry. There's still so many roles for data protection officers, and um, it's how I got into the industry as well, into law. It helps you understand one of the most important industries, which is technology. You get to do data flows, you get to see what's happening underneath the hood. And then from there, this will really help you with corporate structures as well, because there's a lot of times where you're utilizing data from one company and another, and then it'll teach you about how to visualize and structure how data flows happen between different organizations. And then from there, you can understand how money flows from different organizations or IP flows from different organizations. I think data protection is really underrated as an industry. And then intellectual property, I am a big fan of that as well. I think it's going to be massive in the AI industry when it comes to copyright and attribution of people's intellectual property, and also potentially seeing how intellectual property can be commercialized in a decentralized community-based way, because that's how AI works, and whether people that provide IP to a AI algorithm would also be able to get compensated. And then design law, interesting. I haven't heard of that one. Um, what do you mean by design law? Is it about designing, or is it designer law, like fashion law? Okay, well, feel free to reach out, Angela, as well. But yeah, if you guys have any other follow-up questions, I'm available. I'm fairly hard to reach on LinkedIn. I try to reply every 24 hours. But you can reach me there. Otherwise, once again, thank you so much, everyone, for participating. And I hope you have all enjoyed the workshop.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nathan, for this inspiring lecture you've given to us all. I think we've all picked up something from what you've been teaching. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, my pleasure. Thank you once again, Mrs. Oni, for the invite. Thank you for your participation, everyone, and wishing you all the best for the last workshops for the Hilltop Solicitors virtual internship.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nathan. I really appreciate you so much for this highly insightful session, as always, right? And ladies, please try and connect with Nathan on LinkedIn and connect with him, tag him, share your lessons. Like you're privileged to have the information from a well-researched, topic from the industry expert himself, right? You have heard from his profile. And so this is not something he just read and came to dish out to you. Like, he's speaking from a place of knowledge. And this is one of the persons that you want to know, connect with, and get some direction and guidance from, right? So Nathan Vandy, like I said earlier, has been one of our pioneer speakers. He's been a great supporter of helping to build the next generation female legal talent into the emerging tech space. And such support means a lot to us on this platform, because these are the things helping us to create the level of value that we are giving on this platform, with collaborations with industry experts like this. Yes, his LinkedIn URL has been posted on the chat. I'll also put it on the WhatsApp platform, because of course the large population of the ladies are not on the call here because of the mix-up, and then the fact that the larger population having one session or the other in schools. So they will put the URL on the WhatsApp platform for the larger house to be able to reach out to you. And then, of course, we'll drop your slide. Once Nathan has shared the slides with me, I'll drop it on the platform for you all. So Nathan, I really want to appreciate you. Thank you for your continued support for this platform. I really appreciate your sacrifice also for always making it here to be able to impact and dish out from your wealth of knowledge to everyone on the platform. I really appreciate you. And I ask that God will continue to guide and strengthen you, and in all your work will be blessed by the power of his name. So thank you so much. I know the ladies will reach out to you, and I know I've not told you this, Nathan, I also want to send one of the interns. She happens to be in London now, and needs some direction on she just graduated before she left Nigeria. One of the interns, I think she was no, I can't recall the cohorts, but she's been part of one of the cohorts also that you have taken on the several occasions and all that. And so she needs direction on how to go about, continuing and furthering her legal practice in that space, the kind of certification she needs. And then, of course, she needs further guidance around the technology there. And I said, oh, you came to mind. I said, you'll be a right fit, one, a lawyer, and then in this space, from this whole thing. I know that, of course, you move around a lot, like you said. So I know that even if you are not presently in London, which I don't know now, but I'm sure you'll be able to help me out with this intern. I'll forward you the details later. And if you can help me, oblige her to give her even some materials that she will probably need along the space of the technology and all that.
Yeah, sounds perfect. Sounds really good.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. So ladies, please send in your thank you, your emojis to appreciate Mr. Nathan here today for this highly insightful session. Like I said, please connect, share your lessons. Yes, share your lessons. This is not something you can just see in a notebook from somewhere, or you just Google and just see. And so it's something you want to share and make people understand that you are committed to learning, and then you are learning under the guidance of industry experts like Nathan. So share your lessons for others to learn, and for people to know that you're committed to building yourself in this space. And of course, you also expose yourself to his own contact also by tagging him and connecting him and appreciating him, because this is the way we can appreciate them. I mean, if we were to pay for this, I'm sure the billing that we'll get, we'll probably be trying to gather the money for some time, and then we'll end up saying, "Oh, can you still help us? We've not been able to come up." But this is given to us free on this platform. So the way we can do is to appreciate, and one of that, those kind of appreciation is by the words of mouth and by sharing and acknowledging them for all to know that these are people committed to helping to build us in this space. So thank you once again, Nathan. I do appreciate you and I do not take you for granted. Thank you for all the sacrifices that you've been making. And I ask that God bless you. Thank you.
Amen. And thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Yeah. And I'm going to have to visit you in Nigeria one day. We've been doing this for
Very well. Wow, that would be lovely. That would be lovely. Yes, thank you so much. I want to thank our moderator for today, Deborah Oni. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's great you're on Meetup and with us this session also all through. So thank you for moderating, CG. And thank you again, Nathan. God bless.
See you later. God bless.
Thank you. Yeah. Bye. All right, ladies. Thank you. Please don't go off the call. The next session is starting in the next 4 minutes. Kindly tell them on the platform. The next session is, in the next 4 minutes. We'll be having the second session for today. Yes, please do not go off the call. Remind others on the platform that we're about to start the second session. They should join, please, because the industry expert we have brought today also wouldn't want to waste his time. He's a lawyer also. In fact, oh, what a coincidence. We have 2 lawyers arranged today, 2 lawyers in the space of technology. I know today Steve is also in the space of technology, and he'll be, taking us on the business aspect of law, And then who else should we hear from, if not someone who has written a book in the space of law and business, the business of law. He has a book. We'll introduce you, of course, to that book. It's a good book I recommend for us to read. But by the time he takes the session, you will know that you are actually speaking to not just a lawyer, but a great industry expert in this space. And you'll have so much to learn from him. So we're looking forward to this highly insightful, promising session that is to start in the next 3 minutes as it stands now. So please remind others, let them join the class. Thank you. The link for yesterday's feedback will be sent to the platform soon. And once for today, since we have 2 sessions, so 2 feedback forms link will be sent to the platform immediately after the second session. So thank you. And we'll move into it in the next 2 minutes now, right? So let me check to be sure that the speaker joins soon. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Sijibomi Oni, and I'll be your moderator for today. You're all welcome to the 7th edition of the Hilton Top Solicitors Female Virtual Internship. Before we move on, I'd like to thank all of you for being here today, and I'd also like to thank Mr. Steven, our speaker, for being here today. Thank you all for being here. Right now, I'll be handing over to Mrs. Deborah to take over.
Yes, welcome again to the second session for today. Ladies and great speaker, I'll quickly read through the profile of the speaker for today and then hand over to him. Thank you all for staying for the second edition, for the second session rather of today in this 7th edition. So kindly go to the platform, remind other ladies to join us that we have the speaker and that we're live already for this second session for today. All right, I read the profile of Mr. Stephen Ifeanyi. Stephen is a graduate of the University of Benin, where he obtained his Bachelor of Laws degree, LLB, in 2010. He attended the Nigerian Law School, Lagos, and was called to the bar as a barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria in 2012. He thereafter proceeded to the University of Lagos, where he obtained his Master of Laws degree, LLM, in 2015. In addition to his qualifications, Stephen has several professional certifications from the University of Chicago online, Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, UK, Nigerian branch, National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPSS, Business Recovery and Insolvency Practitioners Association of Nigeria, BRIPAN, NDP Academy, among others. An attorney with an eye for both the big picture and for detail, Stephen helps clients finally navigate seen and unforeseen risks in today's legal, business, and regulatory environment. With his legal expertise and interdisciplinary approach to problems, Stephen approaches issues with rare insight, professionalism, and missionary zeal. Stephen is a lawyer with expertise in commercial dispute resolution and technology law practice. He's also a mediator certified by the Lagos Multi-Door Courthouse. Stephen worked with the law firm of Dr. Abiodun Layonu San and Co. as a key member of the dispute resolution practice group of the firm, and also rose to the position of senior associate before eventually joining Infusion Lawyers as a partner. Stephen is the author of Law Practice as a Business, published by the University of Lagos Press in February 2023. He is also the author of Stephen Legal Digest, also published by the University of Lagos Press in 2020. Apart from his incisive analysis of case law and trending legal issues, he frequently posts on his personal blog, stephenlegal.ng. He has been published in the University of Benin Law Journal, The Guardian, The Nation, This Day, The Cable, ProShare, among others. Stephen is a multiple award-winning lawyer. He holds the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos Branch Service Award. This Day Legal, personally on the week, University of Lagos Distinguished Alumnus Award by the Law Students Society, University of Benin Law Students Association LAWSA Award, National Merit Scholarship Award, among others. Stephen served as a member of the Continuing Professional Development CPD Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos Branch. He is also a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitration Nigerian Branch, BRIPAN, and Stakeholders in Blockchain Association of Nigeria, CBAN. Stephen enjoys writing and public speaking. His hobbies also include football and listening to rock music. Ladies, join me in welcoming Mr. Stephen Ifeanyi Azubirike. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Over to you, Mr. Stephen. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Madam Deborah. I don't know if my audio is perfect. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Very well. Very well. It's
Okay.
clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's indeed my pleasure to be with you and your ladies at this virtual internship program. I'm extremely excited to be part of it. And I hope we are going to have some exciting moments today, sharing ideas and learning a thing or two. So thank you once again. So without wasting any time, I hope you can see my screen as well.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I've been asked to make this presentation on the topic, as you can see on the screen, legal tech and the business of law, opportunities and challenges. So I made an outline that will help us to easily navigate this subject. So I would say a few things about why I believe you should listen to me. Then we'll also make a brief introduction to the topic. We'll further break down to see briefly the concept of technology, legal technology, and as well as tech law, which I know a lot of you are familiar with already. We are also going to look at the business of law, and the intersection between legal tech, legal tech, and then tech law. In the course of having the conversation, we are going to look at the opportunities and also some challenges that are embedded in the system, and we'll conclude. So, while listening to me, I was very happy to hear my citation being read by Madam Deborah. I know you heard a thing or two about me. I want to let you guys know that as a matter of priority for me, I have fine interest in mentoring others and also being mentored. I'm actually a product of mentorship across board. I've had the benefit and privilege of being mentored by so many interesting people. So the only way we can make it count is by also making ourselves available for others to also benefit from the little that we know, and also to find purpose for career and life generally. So I have a fine background in tech and as a care. I'm also passionate about the topic, and I've also dedicated some time in conducting some research in this area. Can you still hear me?
Okay, we can hear now, but at some point we were not.
Okay, and you can still see my screen?
No, we can't see the screen anymore.
Okay, just a second. I believe that's some network hitch. there.
Yes, it's showing now.
Back, right?
It's back. Yes. We can see the screen now.
Yes. I saw. Please, I apologize for that. So, so mentorship generally gives us an amazing opportunity to learn things from colleagues in a particular industry, in this case, in the legal industry. So, ladies, I consider this a very wonderful opportunity for you all, and for me too, as the one making this presentation, for us to learn and exchange ideas. We'll look at the following concepts, on a basic note. I want you guys to note that what we are about to talk about has its basic level, intermediate and very advanced level. And I understand that a number of you are law students or young lawyers, as it were. I'll try as much as possible to drive the conversation in a manner that it can resonate with all of us at basic levels, so we can, gradually follow what is there. I also overheard Madam Debbie talk about having a first session earlier today. So give or take, I also know this program has started since May. So well, whichever way it goes, I know you must have, been inundated with some very interesting information already. So not totally so basic now, but let's go the way I have set out. So as a refresher, we are going to look at basic concepts of technology, legal tech, business of law, the intersection, and also the business side of this intersection of law and tech. Now, before we do that, I want to first of all identify one crucial point, which is that the legal profession as it is a very conservative. We have the tendency in the legal profession to want to stick with old systems. You can also see some people at this age and time preferring to write in longhand. On your screen, you see what I call the Windows 98 story. Being a very conservative profession, a lot of legal practitioners are trying new ideas within as far as the use of technology is concerned. So there was a time I was in contact with a lawyer some years ago who was still using Windows 98 on the system and was never going to allow anybody update his computer because he was not ready to learn the new ways of using the updated version of Windows. So that is to tell you how conservative lawyers can be. But to be relevant in the new age, we must accept and embrace change. We must adapt to new ideas. We must begin to reason into the computer. I know some of you, I don't want to believe it, may still be in the system of writing in long hands. In this age and time, you should be able to use any of your computer gadgets to reason directly into the system and not having to write first before you use your computer to type it out. And then in this modern time, you should be able to reason directly into the computer and allow your brain to function with the speed of the computer. To do all of this, essentially would require acquiring new operation skills. As we go on, we'll talk more about that. Now, what is hold on. I would like to define the concept of technology. It's been defined as the application of scientific knowledge to the practical human life. Its major objective being to make life easier in every way. When we talk about technology, I hope you guys do know that technology itself manifests in various forms. the phones you use today, the printers in your homes and offices, several kinds of machines, computers, all these are how technology manifests itself in helping us to have a better life and more and also run our affairs in more efficient system. Of course, the internet being the big one is a major invention as far as technology is concerned. Without the internet, we can't have our electronic emails, electronic mailing system, even the website some of us use today, it wouldn't have been possible. And of course, you know what I mean, it's easy sometimes to overlook the wonder of an electronic emailing system enabled by the internet. The only way to appreciate it is when you imagine those days where you have to write letters and someone have to carry it all over the place to ensure it gets to the person that you are writing to. If the person is close by, maybe what it is to communicate. It's when you now compare it to trying to write to someone outside the country and the person have to wait forever before the physical document gets there. So indeed, these are technological inventions are truly amazing. And even in its littlest form, we continue to appreciate the wonders it is doing. And one interesting thing about technology is that it keeps evolving. Of course, we've seen the level of improvement in existing tech products. Of course, we are also aware of how what we call some emerging technologies have also come to play in the space. And we are all trying to catch up with what these new technologies are doing. So that is a brief one about technology. I've spoken about the legal profession and how we naturally react to the idea of technology. Now, legal tech as a phrase, is what I could define as the application of scientific knowledge to law practice. In summary, what we are saying is, how do we introduce the use of technology in law practice, right? Bringing technology to bear in legal practice. Before we go on, in the course of this conversation, you guys will see how even those who are not lawyers are playing in this space. So the whole idea of legal tech or legal technology is those who are not even lawyers in the first place. They are also taking advantage of the opportunities in this space to play within the legal tech industry. So what are the benefits? As I've highlighted, efficient service delivery is guaranteed. Smart work, in this age and time where I know many of you who are my audience today are probably from the Gen Z world, the world of no stress. You don't want anything to stress you. You have to then understand that you must embrace technology because technology guarantees smart work, easing stress. Business development, every business that is efficient, has a way of attracting better business, for better and greater profitability. So the idea of applying scientific knowledge to law practice can generate good business and also lead to client satisfaction and retention. When your clients are satisfied, the tendency to retain them becomes higher and also to create new clients. You have what I call improved relevance in the system, right? When you are in tune with what is on with modern technology, your relevance within your industry tend to increase because people are always eager to associate with people who know new things, to associate with those who are in tune with modern advancements of technology within an industry. And of course, in terms of business, we are also going to have the opportunity to enjoy more referrals, either from your clients or even from those who are appointed the kind of services that you are delivering. Now, we want to talk about, I want to quickly use you expect to see when we talk about legal technology, legal tech, you know. I have broken them down in a number of categories. So we have what I call work tools. So in order to ensure efficient
I guess there's a network issue. Can anyone hear me? Please, if you can hear me, kindly respond by unmuting to respond, or you send to the chat box. I think, okay, you can hear. All right. So I guess it's a network issue. Yes, I can see Mr. Steve has been logged out. So let's just wait for some minutes. He will log in back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your response. Yeah, I guess the network is quite bad. So he should join us soon. Thank you, ladies. Okay. Mr. Steve, you're back.
hello, hello guys. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear now, but it's not the network is not stable from you, so the voice is not clear. But I can hear you a bit.
Hello.
Perfect, perfect. I can hear you well now. So I guess it's same for others. Please, if you can hear Mr. Steve, kindly respond on the chat box. If you can hear him, and if you can't, kindly
Sorry,
indicate.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Okay, and the ladies are responding. They can hear. Yes, yes, okay. So we can hear you now. Mr. Steve, we can hear now.
Oh God. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you
Okay.
now.
Uh, the network is really crazy.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, so I talk about high-speed computers, virtual workspace like Slack. Okay, okay. So the use of virtual workspace is also one of the working tools that technology. In terms of legal research, we have also seen, for instance, within our climate, what Law Pavilion is doing. I don't know if and all of you are aware that the person who actually brought about Law Pavilion within the legal research system in Nigeria is not even a lawyer himself. So that's just an example of when I say that people are taking advantage of the opportunities within legal technology space. So in terms of communication, I mentioned Slack before, being a fantastic virtual workspace system. It helps with team and client. It has team and client channels, and where people can collaborate as Google Meet, like the Zoom we are using now, and Microsoft Teams are all fantastic tools that technology has brought our way. We have also seen some drafting and, I don't know how many of you are familiar with using Google Doc. It is computers, because it guarantees real-time collaboration in terms of teamwork, and it is web-based. Of course, in response to what Google has done with that invention, Microsoft, of course, came up with their own stuff to also ensure that people take advantage of web-based drafting and conversion tools. Of course, you must be familiar with the cloud storage system. In this age and time, this is no longer the time where you say, oh, what I typed or the information I have on my computer, because my computer has gone bad or the hard drive is bad or this and that, you've lost it all. Cloud storage facility guarantees that you no longer lose those things, or you say your flash drive where you copied your data has gone bad. For that reason, you've lost the information. No, this time around, you can actually save things in the cloud. We also have practice management and other softwares and other accounting tools that we are using to make our work a lot easier. Interestingly, we must be aware also that technology has brought our way some marketing tools which we are using to advance our work. Of course, we have some very fine websites that also enabled us to have customized emails and also blogs. A lot of you are familiar with the wonders of the social media. In the order I've listed it here, we've seen what LinkedIn can do, Twitter, Facebook, and the rest of them. This is also the time where you cannot talk about you can't talk about legal tech without talking about digitization and digitalization. The whole idea of ensuring that we go digital and no longer becoming analog is also a way of ensuring that we have a better, efficient practice. And I mentioned here that RPC is no barrier. The rules of professional conduct, some people do not appreciate that although these rules are there to guide what we do as lawyers, these rules are in no way totally against us embracing the use of technology in enhancing our practice. I also mentioned learning tools. As lawyers, we are encouraged to continue to ensure that we advance our legal knowledge. I don't know how many of you are aware of what the NBA Institute of Continuous Legal Education have been doing in the past few years, where a lot of lawyers have been trained using online facilities. What we are doing today is part of it. Some time ago in the past, some of these things were not possible, where with the internet, we can connect with a number. These are ways that legal technology are enhancing legal practice. Now, I've also identified advanced legal tools. Of course, most of you are now familiar with the wonders of artificial intelligence, which enables the ability to analyze a large quantity of data. Within a very short time, you can command with the use of artificial intelligence, you get a lot of things analyzed for you. These tools have been doing a lot of stuff for lawyers within and outside the country. And so many companies are investing a lot of money to take advantage of what artificial intelligence can do within the legal space. When we talk about the challenges in legal tech, I would say a thing or two about the challenges that are also there that is capable of being posed by artificial intelligence. But in the meantime, I have identified here that with AI and the machine learning, that's the ML tools, lawyers have been able to execute tasks efficiently and more accurately. Document and contract review, legal research, conducting due diligence in some aspects of practice, and even prediction of legal outcomes. With the when you impute the right information, and these artificial intelligence can actually make some analysis. Of course, within our jurisdiction, we are yet to enjoy the full benefit of what AI can do in analyzing the outcome of cases, but the opportunity is certainly there. One very popular tool that performs some of these functions is what I have seen on your screen, the one they call raw intelligence. We'll talk about all of that later. I've also mentioned blockchain technology as some of the advanced tools that definitely have a way of impacting even on legal practice. Just as on a basic line, blockchain is just a digital ledger. It has the capacity to store information and that cannot be altered using some very fantastic cryptographic tools that can ensure that data remain immutable and, of course, reliable. There are so many opportunities that blockchain technology presents, but just for this purpose, is enough to know that it is indeed one of the advanced tools that has its own way of impacting in our law practice as a form of legal technology. Now, if you want to really get involved from all we have been discussing, let's assume that you're really getting interested in playing in this industry. There are a few things you may need to note. I've said here that in developing legal tech solutions, you don't have to be a lawyer really, but a law background may help. Like I mentioned earlier, you guys saw, I told you that the guy that invented, or rather developed Law Pavilion as a fantastic legal research tool for case law and all of that. He's not a lawyer himself, but is a form of legal technology that helps lawyers with legal research. So as far as legal tech is concerned, you don't necessarily need to be a lawyer to, develop legal tech solutions or play in that space. You need a background in STEM. STEM is an acronym for science, engineering, technology, and mathematics. So, of course, in order to be able to play with some computer programming system that can, help you develop legal tech solutions, you may need a background in this area. And of course, your genuine interest in the legal industry and desire for efficiency in legal services is one factor that can drive you in this space. If you are the kind of person that really, really want to make things easy, you don't want you want to navigate away from some of the stress associated with legal work, you know, that genuine interest can also be a very fine driver. Now, the opportunities, talking about the opportunities in legal tech, I've identified here that you can build your own solutions, especially if you have this background in computer science and computer science and all that. You can also work in a legal tech startup. So there are companies, like I've said, who have dedicated their work towards building legal tech solutions, technological innovations that can help lawyers and law firms to function. You know, you have an opportunity to work in that kind of startup companies that deal in that area. You can also be in the legal tech team of a law firm. Now, some law firms, remember I told you that lawyers and law firms are largely conservative. So some of them do not even know how to deploy these legal tech solutions within the firm. So if you have the technical knowledge, you can actually work within that department. You know, it's an opportunity for you. You are able to assemble some of these tech tools in order to help the firm to function. You can help the firm to make sure that they no longer go so analog in managing their file system. You know, you can coordinate a lot of things within the firm using technology, ensuring that the work of the firm is much easier and efficient. And of course, I've said that there are multiple ways to create business within the space. If you look at all I've been saying, each and every one of these aspects of deployment of legal tech solutions within the law practice system is capable on its own of creating business. Something interesting I like to highlight here, a very renowned professor, Richard Susskind, in one of his write-ups, he had predicted that with time, some kind of lawyers will become very relevant. And I need you guys to really note what you are seeing on your screen, that you can imagine that it was a prediction some years ago, but it's beginning to stare us in our faces. Today, some lawyers now work as legal process analysts, legal technologists, legal project managers, legal knowledge engineers, legal data scientists, online dispute resolution practitioners, legal risk managers. I tell you, these things I have itemized here are nowhere to be found some years ago. You don't talk about things like this. But you see, these are opportunities that legal tech solutions has brought within the legal industry. So for lawyers who have flair for, you know, computer scientific processes, are able to expand their knowledge into these other technologically driven areas, and are able to find relevance for themselves, right? And it can also give you the opportunity to not just be relevant within your country, but of course, some level of international relevance can also come to you, because when we talk about the use of legal tech solutions in law firms, it's not just a local affair. In fact, if you look closely, you will see that other advanced countries are even way ahead. But as a Nigerian lawyer, you know, having these capacities or building capacities in these areas I've itemized and more also gives you the opportunity to be more relevant even on the international stage. I don't know how many of you are aware, if you have ever participated in this conversation, you will hear things like, oh, in this country now where we have the Japa syndrome, you hear things like that lawyers are not really good market in terms of the Japa syndrome, right? I tell you the truth, it has the capacity of improving the opportunities for lawyers even outside the country. You know, when you look at some of these things I have itemized on the screen. But then what are the challenges? Of course, we all know that lawyers and mathematics are not friends. A lot of you guys I know probably chose to read law because you don't like mathematics or anything that has to do with sciences. But I also know that times are changing. Lawyers are also beginning to become mathematically aware. But on a general note, the need for having a computer science background, of course, could pose a challenge for some lawyers or some aspiring lawyers who are interested in legal tech solutions. But of course, the only way out is to build the capacity needed, but then it could be a challenge. I've also identified here, like I promised earlier, that I was going to talk about briefly about the challenges posed by AI. You know, in what I call indiscriminate use of artificial intelligence can actually affect natural intelligence. Why do I say this? Artificial intelligence on a general is a fantastic tech tool, advanced, right? But the moment as a lawyer, you use your brain, you know, on a very quick note, every idea, every information, you want AI to do it for you. Perhaps you've been given an assignment. I hear of how some people are now using AI to even write their law thesis. You know, if you abuse what artificial intelligence can do, you will end up using an intelligent tool to advance chronic um, um, brain decline for your own self, right? You present something in paper generated for you by artificial intelligence, but you are unable, when you know the opportunity calls for you to show your human self in the face of people, you know, you become that, you know, simply because you have allowed the indiscriminate use of artificial intelligence to affect your own natural intelligence and capacity in delivering tasks. You know, when certain clients want to engage with you, you know, you may not be able to in real time deliver on some tasks because you have always relied on AI to produce some of the things you'll be forwarding to them by email and by all of that. And I can tell you something, it is going to be impossible to completely displace humans in the scheme of things in any sector. These tools are only enhancement tools. Their duty is to do more intelligent things. It was never designed to become a complete replacement of an intelligent being's effort. You know, at the end of the day, it remains a computer, as it were, and it is humans that will continue to command it, program it to do what it has to do. So I want to encourage you young minds to be careful when getting attracted to, you know, the use of technology and especially artificial intelligence in the execution of your task. You want to more or less be as intelligent as even the technology that you are deploying. Madam Debbie, I hope we are still on course and you can hear me loud and clear.
Very well.
Okay, so I have identified here that some of the challenges could also be where, when, and how to start. And I've said here that the time is now, right? By ensuring that you are part of this project. So you are already on the right track. That's what I can say. There could be increased costs when it comes to deploying legal tech solutions to your work. It usually would come at cost. It's not cheap, right? But I've said here that the way to go around it is to take it a step at a time. You know, little by little, you continue to grow in your use of technology. Very importantly, I've identified cyber risk as part of the very big challenges that legal tech solutions poses within our system. Phishing, you know, a lot of people are using those means. Of course, it's prohibited by the Cyber Crimes Act, but this is a very serious crime where people take advantage of those who are unable to meticulously see things within the web system. I give you an instance. The website of Hilton Top Solicitors. I don't have it in my head, but you can imagine it is HTSFVIMP.com. Those that want to attack that site or deal with unsuspecting people can decide to set up another website called HiltonTopSolicitor.com. They will remove the final S in the solicitors and develop the site and make it look exactly like HiltonTopSolicitors.com. So that way they begin to commit their fraud. So one way to go around this is to be extremely cautious when using any tech solutions. Spam mails. I give you an instance. This one, we witness it often in our law firm, right? You could see a mail from my lead partner. The sender of the email would be Senator Ihe, telling me, for instance, "Hi, Stephen, please, can you quickly do this and that? Send money to this and that." You know, over time, of course, because of the level of consciousness we have, we understand that these things are possible. By the time you click the name, instead of seeing his email address, which is senator@infusionlawyers.com, you will find there one acrobatic.ng.4.sfp. You know, you see one rubbish hiding under his name. So if you are the careless type, the type that are not meticulous when surfing the internet, when surfing the web, when using any tech tool, you can be easily caught. If you are the extremely curious type that download anything, once you see anything download, you click, you want to download. Whenever you see any link, you want to click. If you want to stay away from some of the very terrible challenges that legal tech solutions poses, you need to be aware of these areas. You need to be sure that you are very reluctant in clicking any web link. You are very reluctant in downloading anything. You want to check the source, the root source of any email coming to you. You want to, you know, have all these awareness around you to be able to navigate the cyber risks. Of course, data protection could also be an issue. Of course, when we are talking about some of the challenges associated with legal tech solution. In terms of, as a law firm, what we do is that we have a dedicated law, the data protection clause that we include in our engagement letters in order to minimize our risks and also attend to some of the challenges that may be posed. You know, by and large, you ensure the security of your network. Like I mentioned, you vet tools, you ensure that you look closely on some of the potential dangers. Investing in tech, like I said, it's cost effective, but you need to go step by step, having the right awareness and ensure that need is what guides you. Like, you don't just invest in technology because you heard is the raining storm. You want to invest in technology according to how you need it, according to your understanding of that given technology. That is how you want to go. Lack of tech adoption transported into the judiciary as lawyers become judges. You know, the point I'm trying to make here is that part of the challenges we have, of course, for some of you who might be familiar with the Nigerian court system, you are also seeing some of the limitations we have been witnessing in having lawyers and judges who are not tech savvy, right? In terms of litigation, we have been seeing a lot, although I must acknowledge that certain improvements are being made. But when I see some of the setbacks, I only imagine where if we have people who are truly technologically inclined, we will have a truly better judicial system. There's a case here, Howardin versus Edward Nathan. It's an interesting case. I analyzed it in my book. I think I also published it on my website. That case is an interesting case. A lot of you guys may need to even Google up, right? It's a case where some people intercepted the invoice, were able to manipulate the account details, and siphon the funds. These are some of the challenges. Now, we have talked about legal tech. Some of you might be confusing the concept of legal tech with tech law. Of course, tech is the in thing. If you interview an average young lawyer or aspirant to the bar, he will tell you that you want to be a tech lawyer. So let's look closely at this. We have said that legal tech is everything legal technology, deploying technology that will enhance law practice, deployment of different kinds of technology to make law practice easier and more efficient. But tech is a completely different concept. We're talking about tech law. We are simply talking about technology law as a body of law that governs the use of technology. A body of law now. Legal tech, a whole body of technology enhancing legal practice. Tech law, a whole body of law that governs the use of technology. So when people who govern their use of these technology law, we have regulations and also textbooks by way of tertiary. Yes. You guys know the
Okay. Mr. Steve, we can't hear you anymore. I guess the network is quite bad around his end today. Of course, this is Nigeria, and this is what we face with network. So we'll exercise some patience, please, ladies. The network is something else. we're also having the network challenge around here. So we are changing between networks and all that. So let's just hold on. His network will get stable and then we'll continue.
Yeah. I mean, I just to ensure that these kind of problems are averted, I actually have 2 or 3 line internet access facility in my house. And each and every one of them is failing in one level or the other. We keep switching. We switch from MTN to Airtel to
Mr. Steve, we understand perfectly. You know, this edition, when we started on the 20th, I took that session and like for 2 hours, these great, amazing ladies of over 120 something were on this call, and my network, all the networks, router, Wi-Fi, phone on 2 different kinds of the portable Wi-Fi, the router, and nothing was working that day. We had to reschedule the class from that 12 noon because we had stayed till like almost 2 without getting anywhere with the network issues, shifting in between. So we had to like call the company of one of the networks, and then they sent someone to check the router and the rest of it. By 3 p.m. anyway, God helped us, and we were able to have one of it stabilized, and that was just what helped us. So we totally understand. Like I was telling the ladies, this is Nigeria. This will see for now.
Yes.
Until we really, you know, so that we're able to have a very stable network. It's nobody's fault. So these are some of the challenges of the technology that we have around here for now. But I'm sure we'll get there. Thank you so much. And we are sorry for the inconvenience.
That we are talking about. Assuming we are gathered, not any network issue. It's okay. Yeah. So I have identified this area that I'm talking about. I bit emphatic on it because, yeah, okay, thank you. So this area I'm discussing, I'm a bit emphatic on drawing this distinction because so many people tend to confuse it. You know, legal tech and tech law, they are not the same, right? I've mentioned, again, just to quickly mention that legal tech is all about the kind of technologies we bring in to help and enhance legal services. But tech law is the different kinds, whole body of law that govern the use of technology. So a lawyer who calls himself a tech lawyer, quote and unquote, is that lawyer who tells you that he or she is versed in the laws govern the use of technology. And I have just like we know sources of law where we can find them in some statutes here and there. We have a whole number of them. Like I mentioned, the Cyber Crimes Act, the NDPA, Nigerian Data Protection Act, regulations within the space like the one that was recent made, even the regulated NDPA, which is the Nigerian Data Regulation portion. They are all laws that you find in one way or the other touching on technology. So on tech, without even having a law background, you can't law space without it's all about law as it were. Now, I have identified here that there are aspects of tech law and it across different kinds of businesses. And you guys need to pay attention on the screen, you know. So when you hear about fintech, financial technology, who are these people? Those who play in the financial technology. They are the guys that technology to several sector of the economy. So all the OPay, money point guys, have tried to, deploy technology to help you with your banking system. You know, there are laws, rules, and regulations that govern what they do. And if you, it is important that if you pick interest in that particular area, you should be able to be acquainted with these laws that govern those areas. Data protection, privacy and compliance, information technology, intellectual property, cybersecurity, forensic evidence, emerging technologies like I mentioned before, blockchain, crypto, artificial intelligence, and non-fungible tokens, the NFTs, data analytics. All these are aspects of technology, different kinds of laws, rules, and regulations developed to govern. First, emerging areas like we find in crypto, for instance, in cryptocurrency. Currently in Nigeria, the Nigerian government is struggling with developing a regulatory framework that will govern that particular area. A lot of things are still hanging on the balance, but we have one or two directives here and there issued by the Central Bank of Nigeria to banks in order to coordinate affairs there or put things on hold for now while they are still working on developing the regulatory framework in this area. Attention, these are many more as some of the is trying to regulate. Now, what are the opportunities in tech law? I've said that the opportunities in the tech laws cuts across various sectors. In to look for lawyers, whether to as external solicitors who can legal support or legal partners to be able to coordinate a lot of the things they do in the aspect of corporate practice of their business, right? So if you are knowledge in those areas, you can be of great help and use. In dispute resolution, we have also seen some tech-enabled business who run into some kind of crisis from time to time, needing lawyers that are versed in tech law come into that space to help them from their technology in their businesses. You can also function as a legal advisor or delivering tons and tons of legal opinion and advisory to help these businesses. What about regulatory compliance? Of course, a very interesting area and quite lucrative. Some of you might have heard things around anti-money laundering and then financing of technology, financing of terrorism, countering the financing of technology of terrorism. You know, in terms of meeting with the regulatory compliances that are required, some lawyers are trained to actually, help some of these companies to coordinate the reporting systems that are required. Some of you may not know, but all these companies that provide certain services, like these fintech companies and others that use technology to function, the Nigerian intelligence, NF financial, require them to make some returns, some filings. The eyes of the EFCC is on some of these things. Even the Office of the National Security Advisor is very much interested to ensure that nobody is using those platforms to finance terrorism or commit the money laundering, which some of these crimes are considered very heavy crimes. Some level of regulatory compliance is required, and it's only lawyers who have knowledge in these areas that can actually be of use to these businesses. You can train as a cybersecurity expert with knowledge in how to ensure that tech networks are well secured and that there is a whole lot of opportunity within that cybersecurity space. What about policy? Policy legislation and regulation. For some of you who may not know, policy is different from legislation or law. Policy is usually a document generated that contains ideas and strategies that the government intends to use to take care of certain issues in certain industries. And most of the time, these policies are what lead to the enactment of some legislation. And there are lawyers that are considered experts in helping in developing policy. So it's an opportunity within the tech law space to be a policy person. You know, if you can Google one of them, or have a good friend of mine who runs a purely policy firm, right? Tech advisory. You know, all they do, most of what they do there is how to generate policy for the policymakers. So it's an opportunity you can find within the space. How about creating opportunities themselves? You know, why I tagged this part on my screen as creating opportunities is that if you are versed, if you have taken interest in tech law, or like I said, in any aspect of technology law practice, you will see that there are some things you can do in order to create opportunities for yourself. You take advantage of marketing through social media, writing and blogging, advanced training and virtual internships like the one you are doing now, and consistent engagement, and also joining tech communities. By tech communities, I mean there are some groups or associations who have decided to take interest in some aspect of technology, and they form themselves into a group association. You as a lawyer can be part of it. One of those communities is the one you heard Deborah read out in my citation, the Stakeholders in Blockchain Technology Association, or CBAT. That place is made up of guys who play in blockchain and cryptocurrency. As lawyers, we join them, things there, also help them, and also trying to get the government to and also put some of those things in consideration when developing policies of those areas. In the course of doing all that, you can get clients. You can get people who will know that you're a lawyer. They consider you part of them. They consider you part, and then of course your opportunities are now created naturally by just engagement with those communities. When I mentioned writing and blogging, I know exactly what I'm saying, in the sense that one way to deepen knowledge is actually through reading. You cannot be a good writer if you have not been a good reader. When you deepen knowledge and particular sector, you can consider yourself an expert within that space and also create abundant opportunities for yourself. Now, in all of these, I would like how to improve the business side. The important to talk about this aspect is that, and if you look at our topic, we said tech law and the business of law and all of that. You see, we happen to have a background as lawyers, or as young lawyers, or as law students, a background of just knowledge acquisition, without really averting our minds on how to make business out of most of these things we are learning. I've already started off from my last conversation when I said joining tech communities and creating business for yourself. You don't just acquire knowledge for the purpose of acquiring knowledge alone, or acquiring knowledge for the purpose of just becoming an employee of somewhere. You acquire knowledge for the people, and the more you acquire knowledge, the more you ask yourself, how can I convert this knowledge into money? How can it become an earning tool? Some people say when you learn, you now delete the L and now start earning. Some of you, when we listen to some of the conversations you have amongst yourself. Some of you are of the view that, oh, this law thing, how much you dey pay, sef? Somewhere in your mind, you're already agitated that, are you really going to even make money from this law thing and all of this stuff? I like that. But the issue is not about identifying that need. The main issue is about how do you even position yourself to ensure that you are in a position to actually make this money, right? And that is why seminars like this become very important. You learn a thing or two, you pick one or two information that can begin to prepare your mind as to how you can actually begin to make this money, right? And if you've been following what we've been saying, you can see that the way we've broken this topic, this conversation, or the way I have tried to do it, is to open your mind to see that depending on what your interest is and your capacity to perform certain tasks, that opportunities are there for you to actually make money. You can be one thing in the morning and be another thing in the night. You can be a fantastic lawyer in the morning, goes to court and do legal tasks, and in the night you have become a web developer. In the night, you are setting people's network safe by way of deploying some cybersecurity mechanism. It all depends on you. But just know that with some multidisciplinary capacities, you can actually make money and you can be the one to determine how you apply yourself. So for me, to improve the business side of all kinds of learning, as for us lawyers in the legal profession, to improve that business side of it, I have said that there are three key approaches. The
Ladies, please, let's just give some time for him to join. Network issues, so we'll just hold on.
Ah. So, hello guys. Please,
Hello, we're here. Welcome back.
let's continue to manage these systems.
Yes. Thank you. Welcome back.
So, yeah, three key approaches I have on the screen. I mentioned, of course, I've said about fixing our mindset about our learning, business development, rainmaking, and then business enhancement. These are the, is that what you have on the screen?
No, we don't have the slide on the
Let me
screen
be
again,
sure.
right? But we
Can you see my screen?
can you hear me? We can see your screen, but not the slide that you were showing us earlier.
You don't have the slide on the screen.
Yes, this is like your full
Hold
presentation.
on. Uh, hold on. Let me see about. Okay, hold on. You are seeing my presentation now?
No, not the slide. We can see your screen. Actually, there's a document on the screen, but I think this is your full document, your full presentation. The slide you were using earlier, unless you have transitioned from that to another. Can you hear me, Mr. Steve?
Okay. Are you seeing my presentation?
Yes, we can see but it's not in presentation format. We have like your full article here. We have one of the pages displayed here. But your slides that you were showing earlier is not the one we're seeing.
No. I'm trying to share
Okay.
my presentation screen.
Maybe you should stop sharing this and then try to, because we have something displayed here now, the page of, this is also a presentation, but like I said, this is a full presentation, one of the pages that is displayed here, unless that's what you're looking into sharing. But the slides you were making use of earlier, that's not what we're seeing. So maybe you can stop sharing and then reshare the document again.
How about now? Can you guys hear?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Ah, wonderful.
Sorry about that.
Yay.
Sorry about that. And ladies, thank you all for
Understanding.
Yeah.
This is a serious issue. Okay,
At the
let's
point
see.
we were seeing your slide, we could not hear you.
Are you still seeing the slide?
No.
Are you still seeing the slide now? How about now?
Yes. Yes, we're
Okay.
seeing the slide now.
Let's quickly run through this.
Thank you.
So the forces of bad network want to affect this key area. So I spoke about picking our mindset towards understanding that our learning shouldn't stop at learning. It actually will only make sense if we also bear in mind the need and the idea to earn from the much we have learned. So that mindset is an issue. The mindset is something we need to fix. And then I said something here. I said mindset is a threshold issue, right? Hold on. I said fixing our mindset is a threshold issue. We must see ourselves both as members of a profession and also members of a business. We should understand that the whole idea of trying to qualify as legal practitioners and legal experts in our different rights is to be able to enable us to generate business. Now, some of you might have heard about business development, rainmaking, all of these ideas. It is not too early, even as a law student, to begin to, engage in conversations around how to make business happen. So just imagine that after all you have learned, there is no instruction. Nobody is asking you to execute some of these tasks in direct exchange for being paid. Bear in mind the issue I'm trying to address here is not just about you thinking of how to get employed in a law firm or in a company where you will be paid salary. That is not particularly the focus now. The focus is understanding that how are these people who are even going to pay these salaries, how do they generate the funds that they are making that will enable them to even pay you as a young lawyer getting into the system? If as a young lawyer, you begin to understand it early in time, it will help you to see the big picture and the future of the career you are aspiring to embrace in the course of time. So those owners of businesses and owners of law firms, in order to remain in business, whether as tech lawyers or as general practitioners, these firms must constantly have eye for new business. Having eye for new business means positioning themselves in a way that can enable them to earn. And like I said, as a law student or as a young lawyer, it's important that you understand or have at least a basic idea of the importance of generating new business for the sake of ensuring that money is made. And when money is made, that other things that need to be sorted out are sorted out. So you need to have an eye for new business. In the last example I cited, I told you, I said, when, for instance, you as a as a person who is a tech law enthusiast, you want to join community of people who are also into technology. That way you can generate new business. And by generating new business, I mean They can identify you as a lawyer, as a legal practitioner who have expertise in technology law and to whom they can hire to render certain legal services to enable that for which they will pay professional fees for. That way you are positioning yourself to generate new business for yourself or for the law firm. Building strong client relationships is a fantastic way of developing business and for ensuring that the firm is thriving. Networking, asking for referrals, courting potential clients, advertising, and connecting with in-house lawyers. I discussed some of these things briefly, so let's pick on them in the next slide. Client relationship. You know, as a young lawyer again, or as a law student, you may never avert your mind to this whole idea of having clients. Like I said, your major concern is how to get good grade and so you can be employed in a thriving firm. It's good. There's nothing bad about that ambition. But also having it at the back of your mind that those who make these funds available, how do these firms retain them? How do they grow them? I said here that it is a gradual process and also strategic. If you render quality services, the chances are very high that you retain your clients and even put yourself in a position to have even more new clients. Now, understanding your client business is key. So for instance, if your client is into a particular kind of business, it is not enough for you to just know all the laws that govern what they do without even understanding the intricacies of the core intricacies of the business that they are even into. There's something Professor Nigel Savage said. I highlighted it on the screen. He said that the role of lawyers is to deliver solutions for their clients and not just to focus too much on the law itself. There is nobody that wants to know that the lawyer knows only all the laws that apply, but don't really understand how their business is run. And one way to do this is to ensure that you engage your client. What do you guys really do? Can you run us through how you operate? From operations to as much as to any level they are willing to take you to in making you understand the kind of business that they do is very crucial. It can help you to retain your client and your client's interest in your services can be sustained. Trust, integrity, professionalism must be maintained. I tell you, if your clients don't trust you, that as a person who has integrity, as a person that is always professional in service delivery, the chances are very high that you are in for bad business, right? Excellent communication and updates. You don't want to have clients that you don't give regular updates to, or clients that your communication with them is not very good. There is this understanding amongst some lawyers, trying to make their clients believe that, oh, this is law, you will not understand it. You should be able to be in a position where you make your client understand everything by way of services that you are going to render or that you have rendered or that you are prepared to render. You should be a person that, that heightens the communication mode and channels with clients. Doing special things on special days for clients also go a long way in maintaining your relationship with your client. I give you an instance. I know some of you might have seen, you heard about the death of Dr. Herbert Wigbe of Access Bank PLC. For some of you who you might have seen through the social media or through the major newspapers, some law firms that service Access Bank as clients, right? You will see them taking up a full page in the newspapers, mourning that Access Bank CEO, showing empathy, making it known that they actually, they feel the pain of the promoters of this institution. It's something I consider very, very special on a special day. Though, as much as it hurts to know that that was an unfortunate incident. But again, the way the firms who work for them reacted, is just a very good example. I find it, I'm unable to skip, Also, if your client is having any special moment for them, they could announce it. Could be their anniversary or their a launching of a new product. As a lawyer servicing them, you want to be there. You want to ensure that you are participating and showing concern for what they do. It's a fantastic way of obtaining clients, and you can be sure that business will be guaranteed. I've identified business networking as a very good way of improving the business side of what you do or what you intend to do. If you attend business conferences, a lot of them fly around. You make yourself available. You will meet the movers and shakers of that particular industry, and you want to be seen, within those spaces as a lawyer who have interest in those areas. You make new friends, new connections. You meet new people and build relationships. And in all of this, you must be very strategic. Part of being strategic is what I put in bold on the screen. You have to be more likable. Now, let me tell you guys something about this aspect. No matter how competent you are as a lawyer, no matter how brilliant you think you may be, you remember that you are more likely to have competitors within the space, within the area of your interest. And you want to ask yourself, do you think really that it is only about your competence that will guarantee that you can be hired? Interestingly, the answer is no. You have to be more likable. Like, people who want to hire you, people who want to engage you, people who want to have something to do with you in terms of giving you briefs or new instructions, they need to look at you as someone that is likable. If they don't like you, with all your expertise, they may still decide not to hire you, and that's it. So in learning and building on how to create new network, business network, networking with people, there are certain traits that you definitely need to imbibe to enable you to guarantee that you can attract new businesses. Imagine someone that is always frowning. You are in a place, you are always frowning, you rarely smile, you rarely put in the right words, you don't have courtesy. Some of these things, no matter how competent you think or knowledgeable you think you may be, you may never attract new business for yourself. So, asking for referrals. I said here that don't be shy about asking for referrals. If you know how to do something, people should be able to know you know how to do it. And when they know that you know how to do it, you should be proud to be able to tell them that you are available to do this work and you are open for referral. Now, imagine this. If they do not know that you are open for referrals, to be referred, for people to be referred to you, when they are in a table where conversations are going on, like a lawyer that has knowledge about blockchain, a lawyer with knowledge about artificial intelligence, a lawyer that is knowledgeable about areas of financial technology, if these conversations are going on, the only way you can be remembered is if someone can easily recall that, oh, I know this lawyer, and and referrals can come. And when they come, you need to, show your gratitude. That's what I mean by being grateful. Some people do not understand the importance of saying thank you to those who refer businesses to you, even though some of those referrals may not ultimately translate into work being done by you. You should always remember to do what to show gratitude. Now, courting potential clients is another interesting way to improve the business side of all we are talking about. And for you young lawyers or aspirants for the bar, I need you to listen carefully to this part. You see, in the law, some of you that have gone to law school or are planning to go, you may be told this, which I'm about to say now. One of your earliest clients in your professional career are going to be your friends, friends of family, family relatives, classmates, your church members, school members in certain organizations that you belong. These are the people that are your first port of call. These are the persons that you are likely to meet for the first time for terms of, hiring your services. Now, this is how it works with them. Never take it for granted that because these guys are your friends or your relatives or your classmates, that they will always remember you to give you work. I'm sorry to tell you, it doesn't work that way. People only want to hire. Remember, hiring you for legal services only definitely translates to parting with their hard-earned money to pay you for that service. And there is nobody in his or her right senses who want to pay someone they are not confident to deliver on their assignment, even if you like give their best friend. And it will interest you to note, for instance, that I personally have clients who their wife or husband or children are lawyers in their houses. In fact, they even tell me, my wife is a lawyer, my husband is a lawyer, my daughter is a lawyer, my son is a lawyer. But they are not hiring these people because they don't trust in their capacity to deliver. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you don't take it for granted that because you have friends and family relatives who know you are a lawyer, you just sit back and relax, waiting for them to come and bring you. No, you have to make the conscious effort to cut them. Cutting. You have they may not pay fully because they are family. You may give them discounts or you may do some of those things for free in anticipation that they are going to refer you to their other friends and other network. But just know that you do not take for granted the fact that you have been blessed with family and friends all around you. All of these guys have the capacity of helping you grow new business. And as in the course of this conversation, you will see how these things translate. Even when you find yourself working in a law firm, you will know that there is always a very big advantage in having the capacity to generate business. You have the capacity to bring in new clients wherever you are, wherever you find yourself. You will get to know that. Now, in the course of this relay cutting potential clients like we have identified, I put some things here, I highlighted some things here. I said never take relationships for granted, like I have explained, and steer clear from personal issues or controversial issues that can make you a put off in their eyes. So for instance, you have a friend whom you are considering to generate new business from. That is not the time to start telling the person that you have to be very careful. You study the environment. Imagine that the person is a very good supporter of the current president of Nigeria and the current administration in Nigeria. That is when you want to start advancing, it has to be Atiku. No, this government is useless. It is Peter Obi you want. These are very sensitive matters. You have to be very careful. You are a businessman or a businesswoman. You are in a position to discuss what affects your interest as a person who wants to render legal services. And this is not the time to start advancing some of those views. You have to be careful. It's also not the time to start advancing some views, some religious views. All those controversial matters. You don't know who you are talking with. You don't know the kind of belief they hold. It's not the time to argue Messi and C. Ronaldo or Manchester United and Chelsea. You have to be very careful. You avoid any controversies because that is a sign that you are not being strategic. You need to know that controversies and all of these things have a way of sending negative signals as far as business development is concerned. So in cutting potential clients, do not take some of these matters for granted. Now, advertising. I said something here that when you don't advertise your business, right? It's like winking at a girl in the dark. You know what you are doing, but nobody else does. So just to imagine that as a young man, Now, some of you might have also heard that in the legal profession, oh, advertisement is not allowed. It's not totally true. What the rules of professional conduct said in Rule 39, sub-rule 2D of the rules of professional conduct, it says we should avoid improper attraction of business. It doesn't say we shouldn't advertise at all. Advertisement is allowed, but there are ways to go about it. We don't have to go about it in the usual way for other businesses. We have our own strategic way of advertising in the legal profession. And without it, you can't go business. If people don't know what you do and what you are capable of doing, how will you attract business on the large scale, right? So you must have heard of legal directories. There are some of these publications that contain lawyers' details and their areas of expertise. You must have heard some top law firms organizing annual lectures. I tell you, they are not doing lecture. Business they are doing. You know, when they organize some of these lectures, you see the speaker is the director general of one big agency of government. You will hear that they've invited one governor or former governor. You will hear that they've invited one lecturer with the CEO of one tech company. They are very strategic in inviting all these people for the purpose of that lecture. Again, they are not doing lecture. If it's lecture, you go to the university and see professors there for lecturing. They are actually doing business. And you need to understand that this is a fantastic strategy for advertisement within the legal profession. Commentaries and TB. Some of you may not know. Once you hear, hey, ASU has gone on strike, one popular lawyer will start talking. You think he's just commenting. He's not commenting, no. His business is doing. Before you know, you will hear that ASU have hired him to go and sue federal government at the National Industrial Court. Before you know it, he's in the TV, Arise Television, talking. His business is doing. He's using his knowledge to let the world know what he's capable of doing. He's going to attract business with all those things. And in fact, for some of you who may not know, I'll tell you now, some of those top national TV you see, when you see them invite guests, some of those big lawyers that come there, they pay for that invite. It's not totally free all the time when you see a lawyer on TV. Some, not all the time. Sometimes they get to actually pay to be in that place. It's a fantastic way to advertise your ability. Website blogs. I don't know, some of you might have come across my own personal blog, stephenlegal.ng, stephenlegal.ng, sorry. You know, I use that means to share legal knowledge. And of course, you may never imagine how many people that try to reach out because they see that you are advancing and deepening conversations around the areas of your interest. So most law firms today, they have websites, and their websites have a blog aspect of it where they continue to write and showcase their legal knowledge. By every definition, that is some level of advertisement. Advertising what? Advertising what they are capable of doing so that the world will know. If you don't say these things, nobody will know you know them, right? I've mentioned writing and using your social media like LinkedIn. I know some of you might have seen a lot of the times, for instance, on LinkedIn, you see people talking about this, talking about that. I'm happy to share. I'm delighted to say this and that and that. You know, they are letting the world know what they are doing within their professional space. And it is good for business, you know. So you need to key into some of these ideas. I mentioned connecting with in-house lawyers. Oh, yes, I personally have found this as an interesting way to generate business. Like what I said concerning relating with friends and family. If your friends or people you know as an external practitioner, legal practitioner, when people you know are in-house in the legal departments of some corporations or some agencies, they are your likely source of gaining access into those companies to deliver services as their external solicitor, right? So you have to ensure that you perform when you have the opportunity and also avoid, being blacklisted. A very interesting woman told us something recently about how her company blacklists lawyers lawyers who poorly perform, lawyers who are highly opinionated, who think less of lawyers that are in-house. You know, there is a tendency to be arrogant in this profession, where you see some lawyers, because you are in a firm, you know, you call yourself the ones practicing law, and your colleagues who are in-house, you tend to look down on them because you think they don't know as much as you do. This woman was able to reveal to us in a lawyer's gathering that some lawyers that they've tried to hire only display highly opinionated tendencies, also always rubbing it on their faces that they don't know anything, right? That such character is not good for business. You need to remain humble and ensure that you are professional at all times and respect your colleagues, whether the ones in-house or the ones that you find elsewhere. You know, all of these people form part of your network and they are capable of bringing business to you. Another way we were told that you can find yourself on a blacklist, never to be hired, is when you are the type that fail to send regular updates or withhold information. We're told the story of a law firm that was involved in a matter hired by the company. The judgment went against the company and the law firm, they never told them. The firm withheld that information because they think it was not favorable. And when the company finally found out, it didn't go down well with them. So sending regular updates is non-negotiable. So we cannot talk about improving the business side of what you do, whether your law practice or whether your business as a as a legal tech practitioner. You know, you cannot talk about the business side of all of this if you don't talk about how to enhance that business. We've talked about the importance of technology in enhancing our work, maintaining online client base through some of these means you can see on the screen, your website, your blog, email, letters, and social capital and network. See, the kind of people you keep in your network, in your social network, can actually go a long way in guaranteeing how successful you can be in your business. You need to be a person that is not selfish. You give yourself, when you are invited for events, you want to look at it. You want to know when to honor some of these invitations. You want to maintain that social network. It can become what we call your social capital, because this is where briefs can flow in the future. Your intellectual capital, of course, can never be overemphasized. Part of it is what you are doing now, keying into opportunities for learning. You know, you need to be what my partner called a T-shaped lawyer. Now, look at that letter T. You can see the way it is shaped. You have the bar, you have the horizontal bar as well. The horizontal bar ensures that as a lawyer, you continue to deepen knowledge. You continue to deepen knowledge down the route. Now, on the horizontal bar, you need to ensure that your knowledge cuts across multiple disciplines. You need to be a multidiscipline lawyer. You know, you need to know a little about all the areas of your interest. If you say you want to be a tech lawyer, some aspect, whether in emerging technology space, you need to know what is blockchain, what is artificial intelligence, what these guys that play in cryptocurrency space, what these businesses about. You need to have some level of knowledge within those areas before you can bring your legal knowledge to bear. Is it in the financial technology space? You need to understand, even if it is in agriculture, you need to know, is it in transportation? You need to be the kind of person who understands the business. And this is the way you know, the wealth of knowledge you amass in a particular space can always enhance your practice and especially the business side of it. Of course, we talk about branding, avoiding lackluster outlook. I'm sure that one I'm not expecting to find in this new generation of lawyers who will be keen into the style of the older guys, right? The guys that ensure that everything they do is very unattractive, lackluster. Some of them say it's RPC, the rules of professional conduct, that they are complying with. But I tell you guys, the world has so moved on. You cannot tie yourself so much to things that are not even tying you. You are the one holding yourself to the ground. Look at, if you go to Hilton Top Solicitors website, I'm sure you will like what you see. Even the way the whole banner of this program is being put together, everything is looking cute. That's a new what we want to see in this new age. I was reading a case decided by my Lord Justice Obwanya of the National Industrial Court, and he identified in that case that some very top law firms have tried to dwarf, those are his words, dwarf away some of the ones that have refused to brand themselves and make themselves look really good and attractive. You guys need to, like I said, I know this new generation of lawyers, you like good things, you want to, appear good, you want to look good, you want to, have a very good outlook. It's very important for business. Never neglect that. Of course, we cannot talk about all the outlook of your firm or without even your personal outlook, right? You need to ensure that you look good at all times. Nobody wants to do business with somebody that looks hungry. Nobody wants to hire. So in fact, looking hungry and looking unkempt is enough evidence that you don't even know anything. But it may not be true. The irony is that you may actually be very knowledgeable, capable of executing tasks, but you don't look it. And if you don't look it, forget it. Nobody is going to hire any marabout or any fortune teller or prophet. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, Debbie, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
I can. Yes.
So part of which so we're talking about enhancing your business as a legal practitioner. So human resources, of course, the kind of people you work with are very important. They become the pillars of your firm. And of course, generating finance. Shortly, I'm going to mention something about finance. We've been told about the NBA loan scheme. The Nigerian Bar Association can support you to access loan in order to enhance yourself, enhance your business. You see, just like in every business, guys, listen to this. There is hardly any business that thrives without finance. So at different levels, the kind of money that you use to support that business can ensure that the business can guarantee how far that business can go. Same applies in the legal profession. So in any legitimate way, you can also generate income that can support your outlook is also very important. We talked about deploying technology to enhance your practice. Definitely it comes at a cost. So finance is very key. I've also identified something I like to talk about. I say it's good to go on legal excursion. You see, there are some people in this country, especially lawyers who are in other cities, not Lagos, not Abuja, Port Harcourt, or some top cities, not in Enugu. There are some, this country is very big. I have noticed personally that some people do not know how much some law firms have actually gone, how far they've come in this law practice. So one way to get informed, I like to encourage people, when you visit the big cities, try to go on excursion. Tell yourself that if you visit Lagos, you are going to visit some top law firm, just to, try to organize it, to say hi, look at the facilities, see how well they do. It will inspire you and help you to know where you should actually be getting to. I can tell you this because I know that it is very important. It is part of ways of gaining new ideas and fresh perspectives in enhancing yourself. And of course, you connect with also your colleagues who are in some of these firms to share ideas and learn a thing or two. We're getting to the close of this presentation, and as young lawyers or aspiring lawyers, I like to share what I call some secrets, which I know that if you know them now, it will help you a lot as you navigate. I wrote here, I said, bringing briefs is one of the surest way you can make partner in any kind of company. You see, it's not just about doing the work. I have said this before. It is a top secret. You should have eye for bringing in business in. If you are able to do this, you should be able, if you are able to do this, that way you will be considered important. Fairness doesn't rule. See, I was privileged some years ago to listen to a very reputable senior advocate of Nigeria talk about this issue of fairness. You can find yourself in an establishment where maybe you even came first, or you are even older than somebody at the bar in that firm. Meanwhile, that person that is newer brought in some very new ideas on how this firm can make money and bring in new clients. The firm can promote that person to either become a partner or anything higher than you. And you have always been there. In your mind, you are thinking of fairness. Fairness doesn't apply. It doesn't, that kind of businessmen, in quote and unquote, can be brutal in judgment. It's not about being fair to anybody. It's about business. So the person who is capable of introducing new business, who has that mindset that this firm thrives because it gets work, who positions himself or herself to be able to attract new things, new clients into a firm, is more likely to have access to better time in that firm. So it's a top secret. I need some of you guys to note it. I also want you to know that in that spirit, that pay raise can hardly raise you. You are in a place you are always thinking of, oh, increase my salary. You see the way labor I'm sorry to say, we are going all about the place chasing the federal government to increase minimum wage. From time immemorial, it has been the way it is. You don't want to be in a position where you are always looking for somebody to increase your salary. It will never raise you, right? It's okay to ask, yes, but just bear in mind that where the juice really is in being in a position to generate new business for your firm. You need to make some of the network count. If you don't have it, you want to begin to create one. You need to, make yourself relevant in terms of generating business. I said something here that there's nothing for the humble guy who never asks for anything. I think you guys should note this is this. There's this tendency to be very humble, very compliant, you don't ask for anything. You see, there's nothing for such humble people. Most businesses and firms, they are very mean guys. They are mean in the sense that if you remain humble and don't ask for anything, so it will be. So you should be in a position where you should know this. And if you think you have put some things together that can enable you to ask for what you think you deserve, please go ahead and be bold enough to ask. Study your pen because miracles rarely happen. You need to know the kind of pen you are involved in. You need to study them. You need to understand their history. Because, like I said, miracles rarely happen. You need to know when to tell yourself, come, I don't belong here. There is no hope for me here. There is no future here. You need to know it. How to know it is study the way things are going on. And don't always imagine that when it comes to your turn, it will be different. It's, it is not always so. In fact, it rarely ever happens like that. So if you get into places that have good structure, or there is none, you think you have the capacity to bring in one. It all depends on your perception of where you have found yourself. Bullying at work can humble you. I say you should be positive because there is no gun in your head. Why am I saying this? Never allow yourself to be in a position where you always gossip and grumble at workplace. The best thing, you can find yourself in a new place and you don't think you like the place, or you don't think it's good for your mental health, you take your time and strategically plan on how to exit. And when you are exiting, ensure that you leave on a good note. Resist the urge to leave any place on a toxic level. I, I personally have a very good story to tell. I know the benefit I derived, some years ago when I had to leave my first employment. I know what it took me to ensure I maintain a very good relationship with the management. And I tell you, the benefits have been so much, because you, you know, you never know tomorrow. So ensure that you do not live on a toxic note. These are some of the tips I like to give whenever I have the opportunity to engage with young lawyers or aspirants to the bar, because in any moment you don't know, some of these things will become important to you. You need to be mindful of them. Going solo, take your time. If at any point you think, oh, you think you can be your own boss, you need to take your time and be an ecosystem leader. This, you position yourself for you get, or you infuse something in the existing market. I'll give you a practical example. Let's say as you are trying to become your own boss, you get into spaces. One way you can, assert yourself in that space is to ensure that you get involved in certain ecosystems. It could be entertainment law, it could be in intellectual property. You want to mingle around people who play within that entire space. In the area of entertainment, they call themselves creative industry. Oh, the musicians, the skit makers, the movie makers, and all of those guys. You want to be with that system. You want to position yourself. You want to bring in new ideas. If you have one, to generate something in existing way of creating market for yourself. I think this conversation is not totally for those who always ask themselves, how do I do this? How do I do that? No, this will immerse yourself in you bringing your magical form to in round tables, you begin to engage in conversations. You want to be that you can see the windows of opportunities, right? As people who have always sat down to listen to people talk to you, there's this tendency to always think that everything you're ever going to achieve, something you are always in a classroom. No, there is another world of learning that comes from getting involved in any system. So you just get involved, attend, participate, be there, follow them, follow through or through social media. Just get involved, join in the conversation. Some things will begin to open up for you to see for yourself. Aha, please, if you are a law student listening to me, before you leave your university, I need you to note this. Some of us did not know it when we were in school. And even though we had the opportunity to know it, we were a little bit scared. I said avoid clusters of creamy white flowers. Let me tell you what I mean by this. So in many universities, up to date, I'm aware it's still happening. Law students like to meet together. They like to meet in clusters. People avoid you, especially men. You hardly ever mingle with people from other departments. Meanwhile, these guys in these departments, they are the real future CEOs. They are the movers and shakers of certain industries, future movers and shakers of certain industries you want to play in. They are your future clients. And the kind of relationships you build with them, even as students, have a way of positively translating into something big when you come out and become professionals and experts in your field. You don't want to miss the chances of connecting with these guys now that you are students. Do not be all about going all around the place only with law students. Your colleagues in class as law students can hardly be your future clients. You know, yes, I'm not saying don't maintain the relationship with your colleagues, because some of them eventually can even go in-house and bring you in for business. But my point is, do not miss the chance of mixing with people in other departments. You need to consciously and strategically, when you are mixing with somebody, you know that his head or her head is there. You say, you know, you want to mix with the right people, right? As while you are still students. Don't wait till you come out of school. I have practical examples that excite me all the time. Like I said, I personally missed that chance of doing that kind of network, but I've put in a lot of effort now to make it count. So I'm bringing the news to you. Now that you are still in school, please take advantage of the opportunities you have to mingle with people in other departments. Acquire soft skills, people skills, be emotionally intelligent. See, don't just be a law student that like to argue law all the time. Anywhere you are, once you come, people will know that this one very controversial person. You always rub it on people's faces that you are a law student in your house, in your church. Every time, everybody know you are a lawyer, you are a wahala person, you are arrogant. They don't. You see, these things are not good for business. These are terrible attributes to have as a lawyer. Personally, I've been doing a lot to help the legal profession, quote and unquote. If you find me in same places, the first thing you know about me is not that I'm a lawyer. It's deliberate. Later, you will know. But I deliberately try to, control myself in a manner that will make people to start liking me, so that before they now know you are even a lawyer, you start hearing things like, this guy is a lawyer, we didn't even know. Hi, I'm telling you, practically, I have attracted a lot of clients and friends that give me work because of this kind of character. They are happy to know that you are a lawyer, and yet they are so coordinated. You are not a troublemaker. You are not, you don't, all lawyer, you want to talk all the time. Others can not talk. You want to prove to them that you know all the law in the world. It's not good for you, right? So if you always see you as a troublemaker, the law, you cannot win him, you can't win her. Once you start talking, you win all the it's not a good thing. You want to avoid such remarks by respecting others. Allow them to talk too. Appreciate their views. Begin now to learn those people's skills. These are be emotionally intelligent. You don't want to be easily triggered. You don't want to be known as a hot-tempered person. Somebody that you shut people down because you think you're a lawyer. Let me tell you, all of those things are not good for business. And in the course of my research, a professor that reviewed my book, he directed my mind to something I never thought of. See, I don't know who invented this whole idea of that lawyers are the only learned people and that other people are not learning. I don't know. Please, if you have believed that, abandon it from today. There's nothing like that. Let me explain. When lawyers in the UK in history address themselves as my learned friend, is a cautious way of relating with colleagues in court and in other places. It's not that they are the only learned people. That is a complete falsehood. Professors, highly knowledgeable people in other disciplines are equally learned. We only adopted the word learned as a mutual way of addressing ourselves. Oh, Deborah is my learned friend. Not that we are the only learned people. I find that thing very offensive. And I tell you guys the truth, it also offends people in the outside world for whom we are selling our services to. And it has also been a huge source of arrogance that a lot of lawyers start imbibing right from the university, right from school. You already see yourself as the only learned person, and every other person is only educated but not learned. You know? Please, you are not the only learned people. You must learn to stay humble. You must learn to appreciate other professionals. You must humble yourself to learn new ideas from what other people are doing. And you must be able to take advantage of the benefits and opportunities they offer you to be such respectable legal professional. I am privy to truly how beneficial it can be to accept that idea of mine. RPC doesn't preclude lawyers from making money outside law practice. You see, let me tell you guys, the topic says legal tech and the business of law. You see, you need to understand something. And this has been the problem that I found out that affects a lot of young lawyers. The tendency to think that because the rules of professional conduct try to say, oh, don't mix the practice of law with other things. Some of you tend to give up on your very lucrative and premium ideas in your head. Please, there's nothing, it's not totally the way it sounds. You can make money from any source, so long as it's legitimate. The only thing you need to know is that you need to tell yourself, you need to sit down and ask yourself, how do you want to execute these ideas? That is what matters. This is what we are using to close. I'm sure that'll be my last slide on this topic. So please, let us digest this area very well. I will ask you some questions so that your mind can open up to what I'm about to talk about. For some of you in Lagos who have flown to Lagos using the airport, I don't know how many of you know that the local airport, MM2, that the company that runs that local airport at Ikeja is actually owned by a senior advocate of Nigeria. Please, if you know this, can you drop a message on the chat board and say, yes, you know? If any of you are aware that the owner of that company that has the concession to run that airport 24 hours is a senior advocate of Nigeria, say, drop yes that you know. Now, some senior advocates of Nigeria, some top legal practitioners in their own right, are owners of very top-class lucrative businesses. MTN as a company, Nigerian faction of MTN, you know, is a South African company. The chairman of that company, former chairman of that company, was a top lawyer in Nigeria. The lawyer has chaired the board of Sterling Bank, Stanbic IBTC, a top lawyer chaired the board of directors of Access Bank PLC. See, these lawyers, they did not, I'm not saying that their law firms shut down and they went to do those things. They are law firms that why this the profession, the legal profession. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So,
Yeah.
like I said, guys, relax. We are at the tail end. We are done now. So you don't give up on those lofty ideas of yours. Please don't. In fact, I give you a practical example. There's an associate in my law firm currently who told us, the management, in the course of her employment, that she has a very good flair for UX and UI design in everything that has to do with the outlook of the web, and that she's doing a lot with those things. Not a problem. All she got from us and still gets from us, support. So according to how she, manages her time, is all in her hands. She manages her work in the firm and manages her thing. So you do not want to give up on some of your lofty ideas that is capable of making you financially successful and independent just because you have been called to the bar. Please note that. And for some of you who, you are very much aware that there are lawyers today who are lawyers by qualification, but are not even lawyers in terms of what they do now, right? The key thing for you, I do not like to shy away from this truth. The key thing for you is that you need to understand what you are doing and try and strive to be very good at it. Some of you are aware that there is a young lady, a lawyer, who has developed herself to be a renowned MC, Master of Ceremony, compare. Some of you know her. She's on LinkedIn. She's a celebrated LinkedIn personality. She's gone all over the world, all over the place in the country, and even across the world, as a top master of ceremony. She's a lawyer, right? So I encourage you guys, as you begin to advance interest in other areas of law, legal tech, tech law, and so many other stuff within entertainment space, just bear it in mind that there's a business side to these things, and that the kind of capacity, the kind of expertise you acquire, the kind of dedication, the kind of seriousness, you need to be deliberate about your ambition and see yourself thrive. It's not enough to say you have passion for something, you have to show positive demonstration that you are truly interested in what you are doing in order to be successful. So in conclusion, I read out what I have here. I said to you that law practice is a business and every business needs enhancement. We have looked through all of that. Technology presents us with amazing tools to enhance our practice in a highly competitive industry, right? Told you that it is important to become a T-shaped lawyer. Acknowledge the relevance of modern technology and embrace it. Do not run away from it. You know, don't be afraid to explore other tech and other disciplines, law-related disciplines. Be conscious of the safety and security of our networks as you embrace technology. And above all, the sky is your limit. There's a whole lot you can achieve if you keep your eye on the game. Thank you very much, guys. I'll be happy to hear your questions. Again, I apologize for the failure of our network. I'm happy we're able to make it to this point. So Debbie, over to you now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steve. Oh, wow, a highly insightful session, I would say. Of course, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Yes, please keep your emojis coming in to appreciate him. A big clap. Like we cannot afford, like I told you on this platform, the kind of industry expert that God has graced us with from inception to this present time. Like if we were to pay, we can't afford them. So this is the great insight that will help you chart your course in this legal tech space. And then, of course, the network was trying to interrupt so that you will not learn from this. But of course, some of you endured, persisted because you are committed to building and advancing yourselves. Right? I would really say a big thank you to you, Mr. Stephen. While I'm saying all this, please, ladies, send in your questions. Yes, and then CGPOB will take that question aspect, and Mr. Steve will be so gracious to address your questions, your concerns. You need clarification, send them into the chat box, or you could indicate with a raise of hand, and then we let you unmute. Thank you so much, Mr. Steve. Like I said, I am not surprised at all. There's never a dull moment with you. There's so much to learn from you. And ladies, I'm saying this first, like from personal experience, when they fly to the same place in Asaba for a speaking engagement, and it was, in fact, it was like a mentoring session too. It was highly insightful. You can never be with Mr. Steve and live the same you met him. Trust me, I can say this for free. And from this session today, I don't even need to say anything. As he dropped, I'm not sure we will have much questions. Probably you would want to speak just to know that you spoke with Mr. Steve, right? Mr. Stephen. So if not, as to not being cleared, he broke it down to the level that whatever category you find yourself, he was prepared, because I know he asked. He's, for other speakers, they might probably not want to confirm and stuff like that. What category of people am I coming to address? And we gave him the category. So whatever category you fall to, it was well addressed, really addressed. And of course, we made him understand the larger population of this female here, the emerging, the next generation female legal talent. The larger portion is the undergraduates, right? And I know that he took his time to really break it down. Now, if you are a full-fledged lawyer already, there's no way you wouldn't have learned a lot from this session today. Like you can't say you didn't learn anything, because there are so many things. Like he said, of course, it's a similar experience. Some of these things that he has broken down, it's through the years of experience also, with commitment to reading and educating and advancing himself, right? Now, some of these things we weren't even privileged to eat during our own time. We were not at all. So you are really, really, would I say, lucky or highly favored to be in this session today with someone like Mr. Steve and Steven, and then with other speakers that have passed through this platform. So please send your questions coming in. And before then, please, Mr. Steven, permit me, I know I didn't even ask you this. I don't know if you have the e-flyer of your book. You know, I've sent it to the platform while he was speaking. I said, man, this is really great. And then I remembered that his book that he wrote, I have the e-flyer. When he stops sharing, I will share it. This is my own copy that he gifted me, The Business of Law Practice as a Business. If you're a lawyer, if you're a law student, if you're a law graduate, you need this book. You need this book. The e-copy is there. You need this book, right? And I mean, it's going for a very, very nominal price, right? So if you are interested, please, we'll send the details. We've sent the e-copy, yeah, the e-flyer on the platform. So those of you that will be interested, please, you will send your details so we know how we can get it from him, and then the cost will be made known to you, and every other information you need to know. Like, you need to be committed to reading. And of course, if an industry expert like this has spoken to you and they have written things around this place, because when he was mentioning avoiding the creamy, the cream de la white, or the page 33, most times I keep mixing it up. When he was saying it, I kind of, you know, I remembered when I was going through that page, and I was like, wow, I remembered, let me bring this book out. It was even at that point that I went to bring the book out. And yes, don't be like the creamy white flowers, yes. So the fact that you have to know how to relate and network with people outside your network, outside your faculty, and everything he has said here today is so true. And we have a lot to learn. And of course, he dissected everything, that if you go for even highly paid master classes, sometimes you don't get it this rich. So with everything he has taught us today, if this was the only session we held for this edition, I'm not making out. You are good to go. You are gained with this session today, because this, like, it has helped you to be like gain direction. Then not just gaining direction, how you can approach your practice. And like he said, you don't have to be, because the purpose of this platform, we're not building people that will just get knowledge and sit down. We are building leaders, those who will be initiators, visionaries and visionaries, pioneers, leaders. And these are the knowledge that you need. Now, if you don't have the right knowledge, there is the possibility that you keep beating around the bush like the rest of us did before God started helping us to find our feet, right? But we don't want that for people like you. And that's why people like Mr. Steven is devoted, dedicated to helping to empower people like you and I, right? And we do not take you for granted. We really appreciate you. I could go on and on and on. Like I said, when you finish sharing the screen, I will put the flyer of your book I'll share it on the call as we're talking, or as you're addressing the questions. So ladies, do we have any question already for Mr. Steve to address for us? So thank you so much, Mr. Steven. I know that this is a very, very great, highly insightful and enlightening session that we do not take you for granted, and every of the knowledge you have given and insights that you've given. And I know that this has already given them great direction, even right from when the session was going on. And after now, they will also process it for that to help chart the course of you know, their practice and the course of their lives as they journey in this space in a digitally immersed world. So I'll just go through the chats. CG, do we have any question on the chat box in the Q&A or anything? If we do, please read them out for Mr. Steven to address them.
Doesn't look like we have any, but Miss Oduntoye is raising her hand.
Okay, all right. Oduntoye, kindly unmute and ask your question or speak. So yes, Oduntoye, you can go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma. Thank you so much, sir, for today's session. I was not able to join earlier because I went to the hospital and stuff, but I could grab some parts where you like some things you said. So looking at that your last side, the conclusion side, you said become a C-shaped lawyer. So I just wanted to be sure, like is like it doesn't mean like the examples you gave, like the lawyer in aviation and the LinkedIn Miss Amy MC woman. Was that what you meant by like becoming a T-shaped lawyer? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Auditoye. By the way, which is your first name? Auditoye or Yindamola?
Odutoye is my surname.
Okay, okay. Oyindamola, thank you for the question. So, a T-shaped lawyer is someone who is not just a lawyer, but have multidisciplinary capacity in terms of knowledge, So this is what it means in practical terms as illustrated. The letter T has the bar across and also the one that strikes down. So the horizontal line or bar is tasking you as a lawyer to deepen legal knowledge. Now, the bar that goes across, not the horizontal, the vertical bar is the one that says you should deepen knowledge as a lawyer. Then the horizontal bar cutting across is telling you about the need to acquire knowledge in different areas of endeavor. Gain hands-on knowledge about multiple areas. Know a little about all these parts so that you can be a complete, when like I said, when we call ourselves learned, it really shows that you are truly knowledgeable. So in practical terms, I gave an example. I said, for instance, if you're a lawyer that want to advise lawyers that play in a particular field, let's say in the field of financial technology, right? You need to understand the kind of business they do. Understanding the business of clients is a way of being a T-shaped lawyer, because if you don't understand their business, you may not really be of very good use to them as a lawyer. So having legal knowledge merged with multidisciplinary capacity makes you a T-shaped lawyer. So I don't know if you got that.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
So, so anybody else who would like to say something, ask a question, that thing you are nursing in your mind, it's good to, let's hear it. And, also you have something you want to teach me. I know Debbie will give me a few minutes to also learn from you. That is what mentorship is about. So, Precious, the Shima, all of you guys, I appreciate you. So Sharon and the rest of them who have tried to drop some chats. Otherwise, Debbie, it's been a good afternoon with you guys. So I'm still here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So ladies, please, if you have questions, thank you so much. It's now my own time for the network. So the other device got locked out. So I believe we can hear me.
So if we don't have questions, we want to keep Mr. Stephen further. Yes, please, Mr. Stephen, you'll share your LinkedIn URL with me. Please, if you can hear me, can you type in the chat box? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Oh, I think the network took him out again. No. Okay. Yes, I think the network took him out. But however, I'll get his LinkedIn URL and share with every one of you. I wasn't expecting much question because he actually broke this topic down. He dissected everything to the level that we did not even expect, right? So, and it was really, straightforward. He made use of practical illustration, made it very simple for you to understand along the line as he was teaching. So much that you didn't need to ask too much questions. So I will really appreciate him for making it, a kind of class that was very explanatory, making use of practical illustrations and making it very simple for you to all comprehend this, because truly that is what this session was all about. So I'll get he's back, Mr. Steven. So I'll get your LinkedIn URL and share with the ladies. They will connect with you and then share the lessons for today. What other way can we pay? In what other way can we pay? If we are to pay money, I'm not sure we can afford this kind of a master class or workshop, right? So the only thing we can say is thank you, and that you'll connect with him and tag him in the sharing of your lessons. Please do. I know that, of course, a large number of you are not on the call now, but we'll share on the WhatsApp platform where we have the larger numbers, right? So let everyone connect with Mr. Stephen. I will share his LinkedIn URL on the WhatsApp platform. And then, of course, he has shared his email here. You can reach out to him. Now you have found for yourself a great industry expert in the legal space here, and who will also help to mentor you. With him, you can't go wrong, right? Yes, the LinkedIn URL is here, and we will copy it and also share on the platform for